Good morning. The special meeting of the Finance Committee is called to order on Tuesday, April 19th at 10:01. All members on the standing committee are present, that being Alderwoman Finlayson and Alderwoman O'Neill. At this time, could I have a motion to approve the agenda? And if you are catching up, we do have some detail on supplementary appropriations, just FYI. We have 2 supplementary appropriations to review. Anyways, can I have that motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Microphone on.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, we have meeting minutes from yesterday, April 18th. Thank you very much, Takia. Could I entertain a motion for approval of those meeting minutes?
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of the minutes from the April 18th meeting as written.
I'll second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wow, that's fast, Takia. All right. At this time, we before the presentation, we do have 2 supplementary appropriations. I believe one of them, or both of them, may involve the Office of Emergency Management.
That's correct, both of them.
Okay, let's first introduce, just for discussion, SA 20-22. Department is the Office of Emergency Management. The source of surplus funds is the Department of Homeland Security. Director Simmons, would you like to do a synopsis of this? Or Director Dickinson? Or both?
I can do it. Kevin Simmons, Director, Office of Emergency Management. Good morning, Finance Committee, Madam Chair. This is $37,500, which will be used, this grant will be used to hire a contractor to update our hazard mitigation plan. If you can remember, at least I know that Alderwoman Finlayson and Arnett, as well as Rhonda Pendell Charles, they adopted the hazard mitigation plan about 5 years ago. Time flies, and we have to have that updated, and that's the pathway to a number of grants that we have. So we're going to use a contractor to help us actually update that. So a match is required, and that match will come out of OEM personnel salaries.
Has this, I do remember that, and has this always been in your plate to do this update, or is it a joint effort with planning and zoning?
It was a joint effort with planning and zoning as they introduced a cultural hazardous mitigation plan. I think that's one of the first of its kind, and we combined them both. So I'm hopefully we can do something similar this year.
And I
thought it was a great project.
It's big. Very lengthy, sort of Excel spreadsheets, all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Do my colleagues on the committee have any questions?
I think I do.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
Yes, thank you. Director Simmons, this has always been part of the charge for the Office of Emergency Preparedness, has it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the deputy who took the lead on this? I remember a presentation down at the hotel on the waterfront some time ago.
You remember well, and I'll let him speak to it.
That's right. Every 5 years, and then here we are again. That is exactly right, Alderwoman. It's a good memory. In the past, this grant funded the renewal of the hazard mitigation plan. That time around, we also combined efforts with the cultural resource hazard mitigation plan, if you remember, and the Weather It Together plan back then. And so this was all part of it and helped fund that initiative at the hotel with the speakers and the, the update and the outreach that came with it, and that's required to go with it. So it's all part of it. That was the iteration that we chose last cycle, and here we are again, planning for the next cycle, and we have about a year to do that.
My memory isn't that great because I couldn't remember the title of Weather It Together. But I do recall very clearly. So this is just continued funding so that we can update the plan.
Yes.
Exactly right. And the reason it's a supplemental is because this isn't a grant we get every year because the plan doesn't expire every year. So you never quite know when it's going to come through, and it came through for us.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, I'll move recommendation of approval for SA 2022.
Alderwoman O'Neill has a quick question prior.
So you should put it on the floor and then can continue discussion.
Yeah, we'll move it.
Okay.
We'll move it and then discuss.
I'll second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Before, I thought there was more discussion,
You want me to move your,
but so that we could further
Discuss.
discuss it, not to vote on it at that
we're
moment.
voting to move to discuss. Okay.
I'm
so-
sorry, I thought Alderwoman O'Neill had a question or a comment, so I wanted to put it on the floor so that then we could continue discussion.
Okay.
I just have a question about the soft match using
We need help.
personnel salaries. Is that something that has been done in the past? And will it be the same for future? How will we get that soft?
So this is a good situation for us in that the grant does allow for a soft match. In the past, what we've done is the contractor will draft the plan using the grant funds, and then the person, typically me, but it could be several people in the office, who's directing that work, working with the contractor, getting information, doing the outreach events, all that time counts that the city is paying our salaries for anyway. So the important point is that we'll use these funds to draft this plan with no extra dollars coming out of the city coffers. And beyond that, the plan makes us eligible for much larger grants beyond. So it's just a win-win all the way around.
And that's typically called a soft match, as opposed to actually putting up the funds, hard funds for it.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation.
And just for clarity, so the Weather It Together and the cultural resource, are they all in one report now? Is that what I'm hearing? Like you just have to update this one report for grants, et cetera?
So technically, they were done by obviously the personnel last time, emergency management and planning and zoning. They were adopted at separate times due to the timetable we had in terms of expiration. But once both were completed, they were rolled into the same plan officially as far as FEMA's concerned. So we consider them connected, even if, or at least related from the different departments. And we're in touch with planning and zoning about the cultural resources side of it as well.
Okay. And is our Deputy Director of Resiliency, is she involved in this as well?
She knows about it, and she's going to be a big partner in the pursuit of this this plan as well. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yeah, you're the chair.
I will.
No more discussion,
We always
so-
fumble over the discussions. So that concludes discussion. I'll entertain a motion for a favorable recommendation.
The motion's already on the floor, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So all we need to do is vote.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All righty. So the next one is SA 20-21-22. This is another Homeland Security one. So Director,
Sure. SA 2122 is an adjustment of $6,800, and that notice will go to additional funding to maintain equipment for the Incident Management Team Coordinator. If you're not familiar with the Incident Management Team, it's a cadre of specially trained individuals who actually deal with escalating large incidents. We have quite a few members from the fire department, from the Office of Emergency Management, that's on the Maryland Incident Management Team. So the incident management teams happens to report to the city of Annapolis and me. So this is $6,800 for equipment and supplies for the Maryland Incident Management Team. No matches required.
Alderwoman O'Neill brought to my attention that the number doesn't match in the explanation. The supplemental allocation appropriates, it says 3,800.
No, not what I handed you, what they gave me. I noticed it too. So we're talking about, I'm sorry, go to the next one. This is a typo, it should be 60.
It's a typo. We're talking about the 3,800,
Yeah, that
Yep.
should say 6,800. Yep. Thank you.
so it's 68.
I think we're ready. Yeah. I'll entertain a motion for a favorable recommendation for SA 21-22.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Finance Committee.
Carmen?
Thank you. Thank you, Katie, for getting those ready.
I think this is a good start to the budget.
I know. Wow. Threw you a few softballs there. So, all right. Next, we are going to have department reviews. I'm going to sound redundant, but the housekeeping is that you will go through your presentation without interruption unless we have some urgent, dire need to ask a question during the presentation, and then that will be followed by my colleagues on the committee asking questions, followed by my colleagues on the council asking questions, limited to 5 minutes each, and then rotate around so that everybody gets, the equal time. We have 2 presentations today, and our goal is to get done in a 3-hour window of time. We have transportation as well, so just to keep that in mind. So with that, you can start.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for your attention to the budget and the budget request from the Office of Emergency Management. I'll be giving a general overview of our performance measure progress, our department structure, our FY23 highlights, and our budgetary requests. So we'll just move right into it. So I have listed here some objectives that we have. These are more like initiatives. And I'll just go ahead and start with them. Maintain the capacity to respond and coordinate quickly and effectively to any situation without notice. The Office of Emergency Management is similar to the fire department and the police department in that they're a 24/7, 360 operation, and they must be ready to respond with or without notice. We support city offices and departments in their efforts to increase their emergency support function capabilities, and many departments have emergency support function capabilities, and we want to make sure that they're always ready. Examples of these would be like rec and parks, they're responsible for sheltering. Planning and zoning, they're responsible for damage assessment, which they did a great job during the tornado. Transportation and people moving, and public works and debris removal. 3, we work to lessen the impact of future disasters, protecting our citizens, our residents, visitors, and assets against the greatest threats and hazards in a manner that allows our interests, aspirations, and a way of life to thrive. The safest citizen is a prepared citizen. 4, support the city's efforts to obtain funding for impactful, critical infrastructure projects that incorporate mitigation measures. And that's a long-term goal for us. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that when we get deeper into this presentation. Continue opioid intervention team and related programs, monitoring the effectiveness of substance use disorder programs. Improve the quality of life and access to services for those with substance use disorders. What I mean by that is talking about job training, financial literacy, mentoring and support, and expungement of minor criminal records. To enhance the city's capacity to respond and coordinate quickly and effectively during a cyber attack or cyber disruption incident, which we've been working with MIT on that vein, and establish the National Incident Management System and the Incident Command System as a standard for the city of Annapolis to integrate these systems into public safety operations to more effectively manage emergencies, disasters, and special events in the city. Next slide, please. So this is how the OEM team pans out. So in the leadership position, you have myself, the director, and to my left, the deputy director. We have two planners, a senior emergency planner, and we have an emergency management planner. Then we have a training and outreach person, that's one. And then we have a grants specialist. My position is an exempt one. Civil service is the deputy director and the grant specialist. And civil service that is grant funded is my senior emergency management planner, my emergency management planner, and my exercise training and outreach coordinator. And thank you for that. We got that through the last budget process. We were able to make them civil service. That was important because, you know, longevity is good in this business and it makes a job more attractive and it gives them more benefits and they're more inclined to stay. So thank you with that. So the average age of the OEM staff, if you take the director out of the picture, the average age is 33. So we got a young staff. The city manager has jokes. The combined years of public safety experience, including mine, is 66 years. So we have a pretty young department. I've been there 41. I've been in public safety for 41. So with their experience and combined with mine, it's 66 years of combined experience. Our diversity is 2 African-American males, 2 white males, 1 white female, and 1 Latina female. And that's our diversity. Next slide. For folks that are visual like me, this is the organizational chart of which I just spoke. Let's go to the next slide. So I'm going to talk about our FY22 accomplishments. We continue to coordinate and manage COVID-19. Yes, we're still in a pandemic. The response and recovery efforts, including testing, vaccination, employee safety, business recovery, resource management, continuity of government, continuity of operations, and assistance to licensed care facilities. So as you know, there were a total of about 10,779 cases of COVID in the city of Annapolis, with 106 deaths out of that. So we're still in it. We still have our eyes on it. And we're still paying attention here. We operated 2 distribution days and provided 2,500 rapid test kits to the community. We set up a distribution day and center at the Annapolis Police Department and the second one at the Eastport Firehouse. They were pretty successful. I know that Alderman Arnett got a lot of calls about Eastport being backed up during the time that we did it at the firehouse. We continue to manage and facilitate vaccination and booster clinics. To date, we have supported about at least 100 community and specialty clinics in partnership with the fire department, with the health department, and with Luminous Health. We still have a Tuesday clinic that we're hanging on to at Pitt Moyer. We updated and trained city leadership and departments on the emergency operation plan during the citywide exercise, and we did that last December 2021. OEM, in conjunction with Public Works, has updated and will conduct an exercise on Dam 135 plan, which is the waterworks dam, and we have to actually, by the Department of Environment, we have to actually do a tabletop and exercise that plan, and that's going to happen with the departments on April the 25th. We help coordinate and support weekly food assistance outreach across the city that have benefited tens of thousands of Annapolitans with food insecurity. Now, when we started at the onset of the pandemic, we had it on Tuesdays and Fridays. We still have the Food Friday program. Thank you, Alderwoman O'Neill. You're doing a great job with that one. Couldn't have handed it off to a better person on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
While continuing day-to-day operations, the EOC was activated to respond to and recover from several incidents of note, to include the September 1st tornado, the extreme coastal flooding on October 29th, and a recent snowfall of almost 10 inches on January the 3rd. OEM was awarded over $1.1 million in Homeland Security grants and $3.4 million in mitigation grants, for a total of $4.5 million in FY22. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation. We continue to manage substance use disorder programs with proven results that focus on prevention, education, enforcement, treatment, harm reduction, recovery, and quality of life issues within the city. OEM updated the EOC to include enhanced audiovisual, video conferencing, and broadcasting studio capability to support public broadcasting during any incident or event as appropriate. So when the chief does his most wanted now, he does it from the EOC. So essentially we have a second TV studio in the EOC now with those type of capabilities. And we expanded the winter relief program at the Stanton Center to include decreasing the activation threshold to 32 from 25. In the past, we opened up at 25 degrees. We partnered with the Lighthouse Shelter to be able to actually open up at 32 degrees, which makes sense. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about our performance measure goals. We have 4. To build a robust level of preparedness and recovery to ensure the city's ability to adapt to changing conditions and to withstand any disruptions in the aftermath of a catastrophic event. Number 2 is to mitigate the loss of life and property by floods, hurricanes, snowstorms, and any other environmental emergency. 3, support the reduction of the impacts from substance use disorder. And 4, provide a system of prevention and response measures that make it difficult to achieve a terrorist attack or a cyber disruption. And Dave will talk in specifics. Dave Mendel will talk in specifics about our goals. I'll turn it over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Director, and good morning, members of the City Council. So on the next slide, we're here to talk about some of our goals with more specifics. Goal number 1, underneath the building a robust level of preparedness that the Director just mentioned, we have objectives, benchmarks, and performance measures. Our objectives are to maintain capacity to respond and coordinate quickly and effectively to any situation with or without notice, to support city offices and departments in their efforts to increase their emergency support function capabilities, to implement a no person left behind focus that ensures that all community members have access to recovery efforts made available during a disaster incident. In terms of benchmarks, facilitate 5 citywide response and coordination programs, to support 5 city office or department programs with grant funding, to complete 3 city emergency support function plans. This is a lot in one slide in terms of our capabilities and what our goals are. Basically, we need to be able to respond 24/7, 365 to any incident, even as we continue our normal operations as we're doing today. In terms of how we're measured by those standards, performance measures are the number of facilitated trainings, exercise, and outreach programs citywide, the number of preparedness and response-related programs supported by secured grant funds, and we'll talk about grant funds in a little more detail in a moment, and the number of plans completed based upon the breadth, range, and complexity of the plans. We do plans for special events, as you probably have seen, in addition to our emergency operations plan and several others, like the plan we'll be doing in the next year that we just got approved in terms of the grant. Goal number 2, underneath the mitigation of loss of life and property, our objectives are,
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The last goal, number 3, I couldn't see it. Did you?
it's cut off here.
Okay.
Can you?
Can you read it?
I can read it to you. I
Okay,
can read it
thank
to you.
you.
I apologize. It just got cut off on the slide. Number 3 is the number of plans completed based on the breadth, range, and complexity of the plan. Sure.
Can you stay there for a second?
Sure.
There? And go ahead and enlarge it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to do that.
I just want to point out that third bullet from the top. To implement a no person left behind focus. What we found out with the tornado and the recovery from the tornado is that not everybody recovers the same way. You know, we were able to get some help and some resources down to parole. However, the business was taken care of. The businesses were taken care of. Small Business Administration came in. Department of Housing and Community Development came in. They took care of them. If you were a homeowner, the Department of Housing and Community Development came in. They offered you a loan, and we were able to get that loan transferred into grants. However, we are still, it's almost 7 months later, we're still dealing with recovery down there from low-income folks, for low-income folks. And we were able to work with a nonprofit to come in and take care of some of their needs and all. So we found out that really nobody really recovers till everybody recovers. And that's a long process, and it's something for us to think about in future catastrophic events.
Okay. So going back to the information underneath goal 2 regarding mitigation of loss of life and property with regard to natural hazards. So the objectives are to lessen the impact of future disasters, protecting our citizens, residents, visitors, and assets against the greatest threats and hazards in a manner that allows our interests, aspirations, and way of life to thrive. When you hear us talk about mitigation, the hazard mitigation plan that you just approved funding for, this is what we're talking about. To lessen the impact of disasters before it happens. It's the most cost-effective thing you can do in our business to spend a little bit of time and effort preventing a much larger problem down the line. That's what mitigation is. That's what that bullet references. Second is to support the city's efforts to obtain funding for impactful critical infrastructure projects that incorporate mitigation measures. We are putting together a whole lot of grant applications to try to get as much funding as we can. We'll talk about that in a moment in more detail. In terms of benchmarks, complete 5 mitigation actions, and that's how we'd be measured in terms of performance measures. And to be clear, a mitigation action can be something as small as a leaflet campaign to encourage folks to protect their properties from flooding, wet and dry floodproofing, for example, all the way up to a multi-million-dollar city dock infrastructure project that incorporates much larger flood mitigation measures. All of those are mitigation actions, from the very local and basic to the years long and extensively planned. Okay, goal number 3 relates to supporting the reduction of the impacts from substance use disorders, or SUD. In terms of our objectives, it's continuing the OIT, or the opioid intervention team, and the related programs, monitoring the effectiveness of SUD programs, improve the quality of life and access to services for those with substance use disorders. Our benchmarks are to achieve less than 25 overdoses per month and initiate 2 SUD programs, make available 10 opportunities to improve the lives of those with substance use disorders and their families. Our performance measures are the number of fatal and non-fatal overdoses, the number of SUD prevention, enforcement, and treatment programs initiated, the number of opportunities made available to improve the lives of those with substance use disorders and their families. This is one I'm sure you're familiar with in terms of a goal that really brings together the mayor's office, the Office of Emergency Management, the fire department, the police department. We all have programs that are funded mostly from grants that have really done a great job in the community with Narcan, with prevention, with all kinds of outreach events and efforts, and have really helped bring down the overdose numbers in the last year. Okay, goal number 4. Provide a system of prevention and response measures. The director mentioned this earlier. Our objectives are to enhance the city's capacity to respond and coordinate quickly and effectively during a cyber attack or cyber disruption incident. Establish the National Incident Management System, or NIMS, and the Incident Command System, known as ICS, as the standard for the city of Annapolis, and integrate these systems into public safety operations. Our benchmarks are to complete 3 terrorist or cyber disruption related training and prevention measures, to take 3 actions to secure the adoption and practice of NIMS and ICS in Annapolis. And our performance measures are the number of terrorist cyber disruption related training and prevention measures initiated, and the NIMS and ICS number of initiatives established. As the director mentioned a few moments ago, this is something we're working carefully on the cyber side, of course, with Brian Packman and his team at MIT. We've had some really good developments in this area with FEMA training within the last year. In terms of NIMS and ICS, we've made some great strides and hope to continue doing so in the city, as it's a foundational principle in our business that NIMS and ICS become the norm. So responders can talk to each other and understand how to work an active incident on the fly with no notice, whatever the circumstances may be. Different agencies coming to assist from mutual aid jurisdictions. Everybody has to be on the same page at the same time without any preparation. And NIMS and ICS is a big part of that. Okay, next I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
So how do we do? What performance measures were most successfully completed? And we want to emphasize too the support, the reduction of the impacts from substance use disorder. I think we kind of turned that around, and with the help of the council and that supplemental funding, we really was able to turn it around. So we got overdoses down at 32% last year, as opposed to 2020. And then we have fatal overdoses down over 40%. So that was phenomenal. And I don't think that any regional jurisdiction had the numbers, the success that we've had with getting our numbers of overdoses and fatal overdoses down.
Director Simmons, could you repeat that in case, for the public that's listening, those 2 statistics?
In 2020, we had our highest, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think we have it later on in this presentation. We had the highest overdoses and the highest fatal overdoses that we've ever had, especially the fatals. We had at least 28 people die from overdoses. That was in 2020. So, yes, okay, thank you, Dave. So in 2020, we had a total of 198 overdoses and 28 fatals. That's the highest we've seen in a while. We've had higher overdoses, but never that many fatal overdoses and all. So 2020, we ramped up our programs. We went to the council. We asked for supplemental funding and all. We got, not that we weren't on track, but we got more aggressive and made our programs more robust. And at the end of 2021, we had 135 overdoses compared to 198 the year before. And then we have our fatal overdoses down to 17. So we're not done yet. We're still having overdoses considerably. In 2022, we want to stay the course, and that's why we asked for an enhancement to help us with this issue, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. So I'm very happy about bringing overdoses down 32% and fatals down over 40%, but I know my work is not done, as you feel the same way. So we still have more work to do. And the second is to ensure the city's ability to adapt to changing conditions to withstand disruptions in the aftermath of a catastrophic event. So a lot of that is training. And we spent a considerable amount of money on training. As a matter of fact, as we speak, we have a delegation from the city of Annapolis in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Drug Abuse and Heroin Summit. We have members from the Office of Emergency Management, from the police department, and the mayor's office. And their charge is to go down there, look at the demographics of places that are similar to ours, adopt their, and look into their industry standards and best practices and bring them back here to the city of Annapolis. So we have 5 members down there now. Last week, we had 4 members from the mayor's office, Office of Emergency Management, Planning and Zoning, and Rec and Parks at the Hurricane Conference in Florida, again, to glean best practices and be able to take it back here. We're a coastal community. We're susceptible to a lot of environmental emergencies. And we have to actually get them together and talk about best practices we can implement here in the city of Annapolis. So what performance measures were least successfully completed? I wouldn't say least, but I'm not satisfied with it, is that, I want to work on our cybersecurity and our cybersecurity plan. We need to work harder to get additional funds to work with MIT to make sure we have a more robust cyber disruption ability. Next slide. All right, let's talk about the FY proposed operating budget. And this is my really big operating budget here. And supplies budget is $5,500, contract services, which includes winter relief services, Comcast cable for the EOC and Gmail, $19,800. And our telephone budget is $3,300. Our printing costs, $1,600. Vehicle maintenance is $28,700. And training and education, we don't have anything in that category. However, we have grant funding that allows us to make up that difference. It also allows us to reach out to other departments and pay for some of their training and education to bring back ideas back to the city. So the total operating budget would be $58,900. And you see the note at the bottom, we had $2,000 for overtime enhancement has been allotted for personnel costs. So all of the enhancements, which we'll talk in finer detail later on in this presentation, we have in the budget. And I hope you all look favorably toward passing it that way. Next slide, and Madam Chair, you brought this to my attention. So most of our budget is salaries and benefits at 88.6%, and contractual services at 10% of our budget. Supplies and others is 1.4% of our budget.
Let me just interrupt there. It's not a question, it's just sort of a statement. I know my colleagues, and I'm asking for these pie charts to show the percentage of staff. And it's mostly for the public. I know that we get a lot of concerns about staff increases, et cetera. So every department, when they present, I want this visual so the public sees that, which is very significant, the high percentage of your budget that's attributed to your salaries. But more importantly, what's left over for you to operate your department. And what we're listening to is your efficiencies in doing that. You know, we heard that yesterday with MIT, you know, left with, I think, you know, a lot less, and fire department, like left 2% to manage their department. And I think it's very important for the public to know that, you know, they do understand that we are a service industry, so to speak, but that your big part of your budget is your staff. And then one point that I don't want to overlook is your previous statement today, where you said you are on call 24/7. So that's a really important and significant fact. So there's no question in that. I just wanted that not to go unnoticed. So thank you.
And I just also want to add to what you're saying is that 3 staff members, the senior emergency planner, the emergency planner, education and training and outreach person, are paid for by grants.
Grants.
By grants, not from the city coffers. Next slide. OEM administers millions in public safety and mitigation grants. So now we're talking about, my tenure started here in 2010. So I'm gonna talk about my tenure and our grants during my tenure. So the time I've been here, the total public safety grants from 2010 to present has been 11.4 million. The total mitigation grants from 2015 to present has been 6.6 million. So a total of 18 million or so has come through this office since I've been here in 2010. One of the reasons for OEM's success is Dave Mendel to my left. Dave's tenacity, and he's a pit bull when it comes to grants, and the city is better off for him being in that position. So I'm gonna let him talk about these grants that we've had for the last 12 years.
Thanks, Director. It's something I really believe in. I really believe in, because this is important work and it's cost-effective work. And if we can make funding work for the city of Annapolis, it's its own good investment. And when you can use grants and these partnerships, it's just hard. It's hard to find a better opportunity for our city, and I'm privileged to be involved in it. All right, so Chief mentioned the grant picture. We have accelerated our pursuit and securing of grants on several levels. He gave the overview. I'll just jump into some of the details. You can see the chart here for the last 12 years or so. Our pursuit of grants, we've gotten so much that for the first time we had to actually break this chart into 2. So this is part 1, and then the next slide will be part 2. These are our public safety grants. And the big 3 that you probably have heard of, and we've come before you, like we did earlier today for approval, is the Urban Area Security Initiative, that's called UASI, State Homeland Grant Security Program, with SHSP, and the Emergency Management Performance Grant. Those are the big 3 that comprise the bulk of our public safety funding. We've also got the opioid intervention team grants that we discussed earlier, and the Hazardous Materials Emergency Preparedness Grant Program, which provides hazmat training for the fire department. So we're continuing to assist just about every department out there, especially public safety, when it comes to these particular grants. And one thing I like to point out, it's easy to get lost with all the details and the charts and the numbers and the titles coming at you, but if you take anything away from this slide, you can kind of see where we started. We had UASI and State Homeland, then we had EMPG, and we kind of had those for a while, right? But look at the last 5 years. We've gotten so many new grants that I had trouble kind of putting the labels on all of them in terms of how we've grown. So we have kind of left no stone unturned is my mantra anyway, to try to get as much as we can, both for public safety and mitigation. So that's the public safety funding picture. You see the total there, 11.4 million since 2010. In terms of mitigation grants, we've gotten 6.6 million, as the director mentioned, since 2015. So this is the part 2. and we've gotten 4 different grants. Pre-disaster mitigation grant, that was the last grant that funded our last hazard mitigation renewal, by the way. And the comprehensive flood management grant and the hazard mitigation grant program combined has provided about $4.5 million, I think. No, actually 3.1 for the 3.1 in total for comprehensive flood management, and 3.4 for hazard mitigation. That's 6.5, and that is going to the downtown pumping station on Compromise Street. So those are funds directly pursued and secured by the Office of Emergency Management for that purpose. There's also flood mitigation assistance grant. That's our flood resilience plan that we're writing as we speak. So we have really increased our pursuit and reception of these major mitigation grants for, as you see, a total of $6.6 million just in the last few years.
So how have the grants benefited the entire city? And as I'm talking about this, think about how much money is saved from the city coffers by these grants. So in OEM, salaries, training and exercise, the community notification system, better known as the robocall, the Prepare Me Annapolis app, EOC upgrades, alternate EOC facility, and a Taylor Avenue fire station, response vehicles, radios, overtime. In the fire department, firefighter training and education, security camera system, a response vehicle, a station generator, hazmat equipment, bomb squad equipment. In the police department, CCTV cameras, mobile command unit upgrades, officer equipment, ballistic glass windows for City Hall and some places in City Hall, operational security software, training and education. Public Works, variable message signs, mobile street signs, generators, 800 megahertz radio, training. In transportation, 800 megahertz radios, secure entry card readers, bus surveillance equipment and training, planning and zoning, cultural resource hazard mitigation plan, code books, 800 megahertz radios, human resources, employee badging equipment, MIT, security mentor, cybersecurity training, servers, aerial flyovers for mapping. Rec and Parks, shelter improvements and training, 800 megahertz radios, and Harbor Master, 800 megahertz radios and training. So we spread the wealth around. So Dave?
Thank you. I mentioned to go into a little bit more detail on the mitigation projects. I discussed the figure about the $6.5 million from the different grant programs. That's where that figure in the second line comes from. But I also wanted to highlight some of the grant applications that we've got either in development or pending. Just in 2022, like in the last 4 months, we've put in $11 million in grant applications for city dock infrastructure and design. Those are pending, but we're hopeful that some of this funding will come through. We put in a lot of effort on that, and the kind of big kahuna is yet to come. In the next month or so, OEM will be finalizing a much larger application for the Federal Emergency Management Agency grant funds for city dock infrastructure. So, I mentioned that we are just doing everything we can possibly think of to bring in as much federal funding as we can for city dock. Here's some of the fruits of that labor, which is all these different grant applications to MDE, to the Economic Development Administration, to FEMA coming up soon. And we hope and expect that one way or another we'll get some good amount of funding out of it. Next, we're going to go into some of the detail with regard to our specific budget requests. We do have one piece of cost savings, which is to our telephone bill. We switched to FirstNet, as I think every department did, at least certainly in public safety, within the last year and a half or so. But FY22 is the first full year that we've had FirstNet, and it's on track to save us a little bit more than expected, which is a great thing. So we are proposing to give the city back $931.20 in that particular account for telephones for FY23. So we'd go from a budget of $4,100 to $3,300 next year.
Before we continue to the next slide on proposed enhancements, could you please be specific on what enhancements are included in the budget that we are looking at versus enhancements that were not included in the budget that we have before us?
Sure.
So funny you should mention that. Let's talk about enhancements. So what's on your screen is our priority one enhancement, and that is we requested $70,000 enhancement to support and maintain the 4 City of Annapolis substance use disorder prevention programs, which is Naptown, Anti-Dope, Your Life Matters from the fire department, OD Free from OEM, and the police intervention and prevention program. Naptown Anti-Dope, of course, is from the mayor's office. Your funding from last year made a difference, and I know it will make a difference in FY23 as well. But we're not going to stop there. We're going to actually apply for a state grant as well for $100,000. If we're successful in getting the state grant, then we will not need the $70,000. And then we also get about $35,000 from the health department as well. And that'll bring us to around $100,000, a little over, so we can have these robust programs. So we're still looking for grant opportunities with this, but like last year, we were not successful, and what you all granted us made a difference. And we talked about the numbers.
Okay, so this is, the 70,000 is not in the budget presently.
I'm not sure. That'll be a good question for the finance director.
Yeah, I don't see. We're on enhancements, proposed enhancement for $70,000, and my question was whether or not that was included in the fiscal year 2023 budget for OEM. Where would it be?
Well, it's in the grants, so I have to
Yeah.
get the grants opened up, and Katie's probably the one.
Could you turn your mic on, please? Mic.
It would be in the grants funds. So Katie's more familiar with the details of what went into the grants. So we're gonna have to wait till she comes back.
But in their breakdown, it would be in either.
So if you, so let me direct you to the pages where we would see it. So are these, first of all, Naptown Anti-Dope, is that a county, state,
No,
federal?
that's the mayor's office. All of these are city programs. Naptown Anti-Dope, Your Life Matters Fire, OD Free, OEM, and the other one is the police department, the intervention and prevention program.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 84 in the budget book, and it just doesn't look like it was addressed.
So it's not a part of the OEM presentation. We have, there is funding for OD Free and Your Life Matters. If you look on page 31 of your budget book. Okay, we're working on these OIT grants here. And how much funding is there for them, and whether or not we honored their $70,000. This is 35 here.
So,
Is there a page in the book that we could be looking at?
Yes, I said page 31.
Okay. Share that information.
And I'll explain, based on, Katie's gonna look something up in her records. We were asked to put the 70 in on top. If you look on page 31, there's, if you look down at the bottom box on 31, Office of Emergency Management, there's the OIT grants. There's $35,000 total for the 23 request. But this is their normal funding for that. We were asked for 70,000, and the funding was going to come from the lawsuit, right?
I'm not sure.
We were waiting to get funding from yes, it's coming from the state of Maryland based on the settlement of a large lawsuit to address opioid disorders, opioid addictions. And we were gonna wait till we found out what we're getting from that grant in order to award the 70,000 extra.
But I thought that award would go into the general fund.
We are getting money,
No, that money that's going to come from the opioid settlement, it has to be used specifically for opioid type programs.
Oh.
So we can't just put it in the general fund, so it'll go towards this, and it's a much greater amount than the $70,000 that's been requested.
Yeah, could you just explain how, we still don't see the 70,000.
correct, it is not, the additional 70,000 is not yet in the budget.
Okay.
The 35,000 is based on what we know we're going to spend on the program. The 70,000 additional was based on this settlement money that's coming to us, but we don't know the amount, we don't know the timing, and any other strings that's attached to it. So until we have that final information, we didn't want to establish appropriations for it.
Okay, and then for just general knowledge, I can use the public as an excuse. Could you explain how page 31 grants carries over into the operating budget?
Yes, so page 31, along with the other pages that are surrounding it, runs from 27, the grant fund detail, through page 32. Pages 27 through page 32 give you grant fund detail.
Right.
We have to appropriate spending in the grant fund, just like we do in the general fund or the other funds. So the grant spending is appropriated through the grant fund. This grant fund is one of the many other funds you see on the listings where you see all the funds listed. And these numbers carry forward. For instance, if you look at page 26, where we show expenditure detail by department, and we have the other funds listed there, these grant funds are shown here in this table in summary form, and roll up to the citywide budget.
So it's important to note that that these grants are categorized as other funds,
Yes,
and because they're their own,
they have a restriction attached to them. So monies that come to us with restrictions attached typically get spent through a separate fund.
yeah. So I think my term was wrong when I said operations budget. I guess-
Well, all of these are operating
Yeah, they're-
budgets,
right.
whether they're in an enterprise fund, an internal service fund, or a grant fund, or the general fund, it's your operating budget.
Part of the operating budget, and yeah, the more correct statement would be that it's not included in the general fund.
Correct. We don't spend it through the general fund. We don't want to commingle it. We want to separate it, make sure it's spent for its restricted purposes.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the answer is to be determined.
Right. We're waiting for more details on the funding, on the 70,000.
Okay.
Okay, we're waiting too.
Yes, Alderman Hack.
I'm looking at page 26, where it shows the detail for these other funds.
Alderman Arnett, would you turn your mic on, please?
I'm looking at page 26, where it shows the detail from the other funds, and then trying to match it to 27 through 31, the succeeding pages. And for example, on page 26, federal is $3,991,000, but when we go to page 27, total federal grants is $4.7 million.
One is revenue, one is expenses.
Thank you.
Can we finish the presentation?
Yeah, let's finish the presentation. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's the key thing, is to just clarify whether these are in or out as we go along.
Okay, and again, that's our number one priority, is the 70,000 for substance use disorder. Our second highest priority is $7,795.60 for an enhancement of the Stanton Center winter relief program. Again, during the past 2 seasons, Lighthouse Shelter was so gracious enough to provide some supplementary funding to enable the warming center to open at a threshold of 32 degrees, which makes sense with wind chill. Previously, we had enough funding that we can open up at 25 degrees. So the additional city funding would allow the warming center to continue operating at 32 degrees. The enhancement supports the program's motto of no one dies from exposure on the streets of Annapolis. So that is in our budget. That is in our operating budget.
That is in your budget.
It
Under
is.
contract services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Just point of interest, it takes about $150 a night to run that warming center at the Stanton Center. We had over 1,000 referrals last winter season.
Okay. All right.
Our third priority is to kind of restore our supplies budget back to our FY21 levels. We lost half of our supply budget in FY22. It doesn't take much to spend that small amount, even with bringing the levels up more to 5,500. So we're asking that we get our levels back to FY21 levels, which will be 5,500, and that is in the budget. Mm-hmm. Our last enhancement and our fourth priority is that we're seeking to restore the $2,000 overtime budget that was previously eliminated in FY22. And that goes without saying, being a public safety emergency agency, we need overtime. We need overtime. So that is actually captured in the budget.
I'm sorry?
It's in the budget.
It is in the budget, even though you don't have any increase in salaries and benefits.
It's my understanding it's in the budget. I'll refer to the finance director.
It is in the budget. The reason that you don't see a huge jump is the person that took on Nicole's position came in under what she was originally paid.
Thank you. All right.
So,
All right. Thank you. I do have questions from Alderman Savage. I'll wait on those. I just have a few general questions. Could you just speak to your methodology? I ask every department this. What is your methodology in looking at your budget line items and evaluating whether or not you need to increase them or not? Do you do a blanket inflation factor, or do you look at spending patterns in the past, et cetera?
we look at all of the above. We're in a unique situation in that we depend so much on grants. But we can't, sometimes you get the grant, sometimes you don't. So we kind of look at what we can do with grants. We know that other departments are struggling. I know that police department has some struggles. I know that public work has some struggles with their budgets, and the fire department as well. They're larger agencies. So if we can sacrifice however little it is to enhance somebody else's budget, we will. If we can take grant money and assist other departments, we will. It wasn't long ago, what impressed me on this is it wasn't long ago where I was up before the finance committee and they were about to cut the deputy director's position, and Alderwoman Finlayson will remember this. And the only thing to save that position was that Public Works, the fire department, the police department sacrificed some of their overtime budget for the next fiscal year that allowed that position to stay in place. You remember that?
Very well.
And that was always impactful to me. So anytime I can get grants, anytime if I have to make a sacrifice, no matter how small, I want to do it for some of these other departments that don't have the opportunities that we have. And just overall spending and inflation and all of those things. But that's my motivation.
Okay, and just lastly, another general question that I ask every department: is there any financial limitation, challenge, detriment that you have in preventing you from reaching your goals? And what would they be, and what goals would they be?
So
it's your softball question, by the way.
Right. I just want to go back on the substance use disorder.
Yeah.
I was charged by the governor of Maryland as the emergency manager in 2017. Things were so out of control with substance use disorder all over the state. So he brought in all his emergency managers and said, look, y'all got to get a hold of this. I'm one of the few emergency managers still active in this. It's since transferred to the health department, and I work closely with the health department. But I see what can happen when you put funding to a program like this. I see the numbers. And I'm glad that the council stepped forward, because we would have escalating numbers if you didn't do what you did last budget year. We would have escalating numbers. So I just want to impress upon the finance committee and the council that this is important. That $70,000 for substance use disorder is the most important thing to me right now, because we got to eradicate this. Where we won't fully eradicate it, we have to bring it down to a manageable task.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Yes. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Thank you. I have to hearken back to, was it 10 years ago? When we had in name only an Office of Emergency Preparedness. And we had a shell of a room in our newly renovated police station. And it was the hiring of then firefighter Kevin Simmons, I guess.
Deputy Fire Chief.
Deputy Fire Chief.
That was 12 years ago.
I was going to move you up to.
Never made it that far, right?
But Deputy Fire Chief, and that was given this chore, task, responsibility to build this department. And of course he did. The physical plant, of course, but the collaboration and the collegiality amongst all of the departments has been phenomenal. When there was a discussion, as you mentioned, to cut the deputy's position, I went to each department head myself and said, we can't let this position go. What can you give me? And I think I raised $100,000, maybe more, to cover that position, plus benefits.
Yes.
And so there's not been another discussion about eliminating that position. But what I recognized also was that everybody understood the value that this department brings to the city and were willing to put their money up, cut their own budgets to contribute to this department. And as you can see, as you've seen today, they ask for very little from us. I mean, we don't have another department in the city that runs on a budget of, what, $10,000. 3 positions, I'll reiterate, are grant funded out of the 6. So we are getting 3 dynamic positions that the city utilizes to the max, but we don't have to pay for them. The one downside is that our director trains up his employees so well that they're constantly being hired away from us. But again, that's a feather in your cap because you give all of your staff responsibilities. I don't know how many other directors will bring their deputies or their assistants to this presentation, but you give all of them a responsibility, and all of them will come before us, many of them already have, to present some topic, but all of them will. And so again, that speaks to your leadership and the core team that you've developed. So now I'll get to my questions. Page 14, and I think the Alderwoman Chair was asking a question about telling what are the enhancements or being able to distinguish the enhancements that are included in the mayor's budget and those that are not.
Right.
So on page 14, are those enhancements and are they included in the mayor's budget?
So my understanding is supplies is there. The winter relief services is there. What other enhancements did I have?
We put
Telephone,
two-
printing.
And the
Overtime.
overtime is there.
I didn't understand. That was going to be my next question. So where is overtime?
Yeah, wait, time out, Jody, on page 14, she's speaking of page 14. Are those enhancements or are those just?
That was my question.
Yeah, that's her question. I don't know.
So this page 14,
Yes, that's the page.
that may be the total ask that they, when they came to us and asked for these enhancements, and what we show in each department's budget section, like on page 85 for this one, the 3 that we've added to the budget. The budget highlights shown in each department's section includes the new items that are in the budget.
So on page 85, we're saying that the supplies, 5,500 are included. There is the 2,000 overtime budget that's not in the list, but that's in the footnote. And then the 8,000 for winter relief. And I see 19,800, so you're saying 19 is not, or 11,000 is not included.
So I guess if you're, let me see, it says 51.
Well, we just have to have a way to know what's included
So if you,
and what's not.
this is everything that is included. If you look at their total non-personal services
Yeah.
items, this is a list of what is in their 23 budget. They've broken it down by line item for you. Some,
Is this under the,
if you look on page
the
84,
the bullets?
Page 84, and the last 2 line items. That's
the-
where it links these 2 numbers, contractual and da-da-da.
it's contract services and supplies and other.
So according to this, 58,900
Yes,
is included.
that's what's shown
Okay,
here on
so-
the slide.
All of those things are included.
Yes,
Okay. So on the bottom where it gives, on page 85, the 2,000 overtime budget.
that is in the salary and benefits line item that's just
Okay,
above
but
that.
it is included in
Yes, it
salary, so
is.
that's what we need to say, salary and benefits, okay. And the 8,000 for winter relief is duplicated. Because that is included in page 84.
It's in that, if you look at the slide here, it's that part of the 19,800 total.
Okay, so the 50.
We added to the winter relief budget.
Okay, all right, so everything is included here in the budget, except for the 7,000.
7D.
70, yes, I'm sorry.
Grant.
The 70,000. And that's for the substance abuse.
Yes, substance use disorder programs.
Okay, are we going to see, and maybe you can't answer this, from the mayor's office budget, the Naptown anti-dope movement, will we see, or maybe I should ask Ms. Dickinson, did they make a request? Is there funding going into that department for that program?
It's not in the grants listing. Katie, does the mayor's office have Naptown? I'm sorry. Naptown anti-dope movement funding in it, non-grant on the operating budget side.
Let me double check, but I believe they were going to receive funding from OEM for their.
They've also applied, I believe, for other grants.
That's correct. They have No Harm, which I believe is 660,000. It's in the grant section of the book for 23.
Right. So how does that, excuse me?
670,000 will actually be given to us in fiscal year 24. The health department is asking to do a 1-year analysis, which they'll give $25,000 to do. To my knowledge, that's been explained to me by staff.
Okay, so none of that, and Katie, could you, Ms. Conley, I'm sorry, could you check on that? I'm just trying to make sure it's funded somewhere. If it's not funded in OEM's budget, if it is or isn't in the mayor's office.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I was distracted.
So I think
I'm a little confused too as to what we're asking about now.
Let me see if this answers your question. So OIT opioids, $25,000 for a salary for coordinator of NAM. The city pays that salary. So this grant is given to OEM, and then I believe that the mayor's office uses that funding, correct?
Right.
Is that the 6,000 that's in the grants listing?
All right, now I'm confused.
Can we work off the grant listing
I
page?
thought you were asking about opioid. Is that incorrect?
I'm just trying to figure out whether Naptown doping is funded somewhere else in the budget. It's in the request from OEM. Are they getting funding through grants? Are they part of the mayor's office budget? Is it somewhere else where OEM can take it out of their budget request?
Why don't you, Director, why don't you explain, can you answer that as far as what your request is for?
Well, I think maybe I can shed some light on it.
But I'm asking the question of whether it's someplace else other than in his budget. We know it's in his budget because he just made the request.
Right. We give a certain amount of funding to each program. And the bulk of the lion's share of the funding stays with OEM.
Okay.
And then as they deplenish, as their funding drills down, we give them supplemental funding here and there to run their programs if they come up with something new. And we think it'll be effective for the city of Annapolis. We increase their funding through OEM. So we deal with Naptown anti-dope. And I think No Harm is a totally different program that we don't particularly deal with. So we pay for, in Naptown, they have a coordinator, and the funding that came from the council, the supplemental funding, helped finance that position, as well as some funding that we received from the health department.
I recall us getting, what, $42,000 that you divvied up and gave in the form of grants, and I think that's how Naptown doping,
Yeah, that was 30,
Began.
that was 35,000.
35,000, okay.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to see if it's here, are we gonna see it again? And maybe I ask the same question if we see it again. But right now, we are looking for 70,000 to continue the substance disorder prevention program.
Right, and what I'm gleaning from this meeting is that depends on the legal outcome of the opioid lawsuit. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Am I understanding that?
Depends on the settlement.
Right.
The settlement.
Well, shouldn't we hear that from?
So it's not a legal outcome because it's already been settled. It's just a matter of timing of when we receive the funding from the state. So there's no legal proceedings that need to be done. That's already been done. There's already a settlement reached, and the amount that each city and county is receiving has been set. So it's just a matter of timing at this point.
May I ask then, Mr. Gerald, do we know exactly how much we're getting from that settlement?
I will look it up. I'll have it in just a minute.
Okay, so that will free up some funds to support this enhancement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mobile command vehicle. Is that the name of the one that comes to my ward every Wednesday?
No, that's the wellness mobile. And I think
Okay.
it's in your ward every Tuesday? Was it Tuesday or Wednesday?
I think it's Wednesday. It was
Right.
Wednesday, it may have changed.
Woodside Gardens.
Yeah.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
we know the responses? Does the health department keep records of how many clients they have? And are we able, without giving specifics, able to look at the impact that they're having?
I can get that information for you. I have not looked at that data for a while, but people were starting to warm up to the wellness van. When it first came there, a lot of folks were suspicious of it, but they started to warm up to the van. We had door hangers that we went and we put door hangers on every door. And then we went to Harbor House, Eastport Terrace. I think it comes down there on Thursdays. We went and put door hangers on every door, alerting people to their services and what they could do, not only for substance use disorder, but other things. So we've been getting a steady stream of folks coming and utilizing the wellness mobile.
It would be good to distinguish between those people who are coming for opioid addiction and those who are coming for other services. Because if it's more other services, that means we should think about ramping up the other services options, So anyway, I'd like to see what that information, that data looks like.
We'll get that for you.
Radios. So now are we all on 800 megahertz radios?
Kind of, sort of. Public Works, Rec and Parks, OEM, Harbor Master are on 800 megahertz radios. And I think fire and police have been upgraded to 700 megahertz radios. And I think that we had a capital project that actually did that a few years back. Is that not right?
I do recall when.
I think that was one of the final things that Chief
Yes.
Stokes managed
Yes.
when he was here. So right now, we're doing okay. But in the future, maybe we have to upgrade everybody's radios to 700 megahertz.
The county has gone to 700, right? And
I'm
the
not.
state?
I'm not sure. Dave, do you know at all?
They have been working on a county infrastructure upgrade with a deadline, and the deadline's been moving. I haven't heard the latest deadline. Right now, the 800 and 700 are compatible. They both work. There will be a point when 800 won't work anymore. I'm not sure when that is. That I have to look into.
Yeah.
But we can all communicate with one another.
We all can communicate. So maybe that might be an issue next year when I come before the Finance Committee.
Okay, and the smaller departments do have the 800 now also.
They do.
Okay, thank you. Warming Center, page 23 of your presentation. You're changing the temperature threshold, which is good, and you've increased the number of days that the center will be open. Are you predicting a change in the weather so that to indicate it's going to be colder and need more days? Are you using that number to pick up the increase because of the temperature? Do you get my question?
Yeah, I wish I could tell what Mother Nature's going to do, but she does what she wants to do.
Well, I thought you had an inside track. That's why I was asking this question.
But, you know, we calculated it out the best that we could, and we have some leeway there. If it's more than the days that I put in the presentation, we're able to handle it. You know, we did 91 days last season.
Wow.
So we can get up to 91 and around about that number with no problem. And again, our friends at Lighthouse encouraging us to go out on their own. They didn't know if they could help us out, but if they can help us out, that'll be an extra added benefit with this.
How will they help us out? They're at capacity, aren't they not?
So what's happened the last 2 years is that we opened at 32. Remember, we could only do 25, so we could only do a limited amount of days. So once we ran out of funding, then their funding kicked in, and then they funded it until the springtime.
Well, wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much. That exhausts my questions, unless the city manager has a question for me.
I have the information on the settlement, so.
Oh, okay.
So the settlement that we're talking about is for the Johnson & Johnson settlement plus the three largest distributors of opioids, which is Cardinal, McKesson, and AmerisourceBergen. It's going to be paid over 18 years for the distributors and 9 years for Johnson & Johnson. Under the terms of both agreements, the settlement monies for all jurisdictions in Maryland flow through the state of Maryland. And of course, we participate in the lawsuit process, so we're going to participate in the settlement as well. Let's see, the monies are distributed to the states and qualifying subdivisions based on population metrics measuring the impact of opioid crisis and the level of health-related funding in the subdivisions. So subdivisions are cities and counties. Our amount is $1.156980 million. So again, just about 1.1 million distributed over 18 years for the distributors and 9 years for Johnson & Johnson. By way of comparison, the county is getting about $31.7 million. So hopefully some of that will flow to us. It'll go to the health department, and hopefully we'll get some of that as well. But our piece of it's $1,156,980. So when we're talking about just 70,000, that's a small chunk of that. So the amount that we're getting, even if it's over 20 years, is much greater than 70,000.
Well, but it's the 1.1 million over 18 years?
Yeah, so for the three distributors, it's over 18 years. For Johnson & Johnson, they pay out theirs over 8 years. No, that's the total. That's the total that will be distributed.
So that. Well, that's how they get you. They spread it over 18 years, really?
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the distribution is between. Well, let's see here. So, Johnson & Johnson's piece of the total national settlement is $5 billion. The three distributors is $21 billion. So. Let's see. 20% of it's going to come over 8 years. The rest of it's going to come over 18 years. Or actually 9 years. So Johnson & Johnson, which is 20%, comes over 9 years. The rest of it comes over 18 years.
So have we hired outside staff to handle this? Are we paying attorney's fees?
Yeah, remember we hired Joe Gormley a while back, probably 5 years ago, and so he's been pursuing that ever since we participated in this, and so that's how we end up.
So
getting
he'll get his 30% off the top.
He'll get some
whatever.
of it for sure. Yeah, he'll get some of it.
No, we can't count on the 61. She had tabulated out where our share would be, but. Okay, thank you for
Which
that.
is why we don't want to put it in the budget yet until we know what we're actually getting.
But for Alderman Gay's, I don't know if you were here, Alderman Gay, in this specific situation, that money is going directly to opioid prevention. You know, it's not going into the general fund and dispersed. I thought, were you here for that? Want to hear that? Alderwoman O'Neill, here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I always learn something new every time you guys come before a committee. I do have a question about overtime. And this past year was probably unprecedented with the snowstorm and the flooding and the tornado. The overtime seems really low. Are there other places where you get overtime?
Grants.
Grants. Okay.
Yeah. Some grants will allow us, State Homeland Security grant will allow us to pay overtime to OEM personnel. So I like to see it a little bit more than $2,000, but I'm not going to ask for it because right now I have enough grant funding to cover it for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
I can add a little bit to that. If we have funding, for instance, for the tornado, we didn't get any grant funding for the tornado damage, but we reimbursed the budgets of all the departments for overtime and any other direct expenses they had as a result of the tornado damage. And we set up a special account in our funds to separate that out, and we moved money from our contingency budget over into their department budgets to compensate. And that the same thing could happen with a big snowstorm. If a budget went way over, they might ask for money from the contingency account to cover it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there a time? Oh, sorry, Kate.
I just want to clarify something on the OIT grants, but I don't want to interrupt your questions either.
No, go ahead.
Okay, just to give background on Jody and I's thought process, there's a lot of stuff up in the air at that point. I know that OEM was going to go apply for a $100,000 grant through the state, which we weren't sure about at that point. We weren't sure about the $70,000. So we tried to put the most conservative amount that we could in the grant, in the budget. So those are some game changers too, just to give historical and understanding our thought process on that.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question further about overtime, is there ever a time when you second guess keeping an employee overtime because of the amount that you have in your overtime budget?
No.
I appreciate that honesty. Thank you. That's the only question I had.
I'm not on mic. Alderwoman Pendle Charles, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all, Office of Emergency Management. Not that I haven't ever not appreciated you, but when it came to the tornado, I can't say enough. I had no clue really what to do. You all stepped right in and did your thing, and everybody came together, and it was really a labor of love. And I really do appreciate, the residents really do appreciate everything you've done and you're continuing to do, because there's still some who are left behind, and we're working on that, and I thank you for that as well.
Sure.
It's been amazing, to say the least. As you know, Ward 3 is a bit different from Wards 4 and 6 when it comes to substance use disorder. We've had that conversation. So we're working on a different plan. The demographics are totally different, and where these overdoses are occurring are totally different. But thank you so much for that as well. When it comes to, because we're all talking, especially when it comes to public safety, about retention and personnel, you all have lost some really good people, but you brought on some really good people. Had you considered doing something regarding personnel and retention from that arena that can solidify those that you have from your deputy on down to, or not, across the board?
So I think the big thing was last year when you converted those positions to civil service. Because when I think of Patrick Donlin, I think of Lauren Miller, I think of Hannah Thomas and all, I think they would have considered staying if they felt embraced by the city and they could get benefits and pension and all, because they actually went to places where they could get those sort of extras to make you feel safe and secure in your employment. You know, they're young, they're building their lives, they're building their families, they're buying property, they're doing all these things. So I think that came a long way last year when you did that. One of the things I'm proud of that Dave and I do is that we create opportunities. When you come here for the Office of Emergency Management, you get a lot of opportunities here, frontline opportunities that you wouldn't necessarily get in some of these other offices of emergency management. So you learn a lot, you grow fast and all. I just need to make sure that, you know, I give them enough benefits and I give them enough support that they look at Annapolis and say, hey, look, you know, I want to stay here. So I think we're heading down that path.
Okay. So no new initiatives in this budget concerning personnel?
Not in this budget. I am looking at I've been in conversations with HR about some salaries that I think should be consummate with neighboring jurisdictions and similar jurisdictions. And I'm trying to work on that right now.
Great. Anything that the Finance Committee and the council can do as a whole, and Public Safety Chair as well, feel free to
Thank you.
To call upon us for that.
The county, I mean, the council have been very, very supportive. I get a lot of support from the council. And I know I've arrived when one of my biggest detractors became one of my biggest supporters.
Ward 8?
So
was that a deep, dark secret? But anyway.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Well, thank you. And you indicated that the tabletop at Dam 135 Waterworks Park is what date again?
April the 25th.
Okay.
And you're welcome to attend.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to go back to your objectives. I think job training, financial literacy, expungement, and the other one was it treatment?
Mentoring.
Mentoring. Okay.
Right.
All right.
So the point there is that when we get somebody on the road to treatment, right, to keep them from slipping back into what they just came from, we have to be supportive when they come out of treatment. And that way we have to meet them and improve their quality of life. So all the things that you've mentioned, you know, we need to hit them with that when they come out of treatment.
Okay. Thank you all so much again. Really
Thank you.
A blessing
Thank you,
to this city.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mike?
Yeah.
Arnett.
Using your slides, if we could go to slide 10, just as an example, and you'll understand why I'm asking this, because it's coming from the Audit Committee. You show your benchmarks as 5 complete actions, but under the performance measures, there is no information there. Did you do 5 mitigation actions or 4 mitigation actions? In all of these, I can't tell what the measures are that are to be matched to the benchmarks.
So
on all of
these are the FY '23 goals. So we haven't really done anything. We're working toward those, but these are the new goals. These are not the old ones.
Okay, so in terms of, is this goal different than it was for '22?
Slightly.
All right.
It's slightly different.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is for the budget, part of this is allowing us to understand how you measured up, if you will, to your objectives, and there isn't any information on that. And the reason that information is important is twofold. Suppose you didn't meet your measures. That would raise one or two questions with us. One is, why didn't you meet it? Is there something we need to do budgetarily? And also, as alderpersons in general, is there something we need to do to help improve delivery of services? So I'm bringing this up because on the audit committee, we're sensitive to this kind of thing, and it isn't really helping me, at least, in terms of how we do the budget, how we look at your performance. But I'll just leave that question hanging in the air. If we could go to page 23, I wanted to ask a specific question. What did the dollars do to make the improvement? How were they actually used to go to reduce the number of overdoses and the number of fatal? This is essentially asking for $70K more, and I'm trying to figure out.
So you're not, that's not 23. What, you're talking substance use
22,
disorder?
I'm sorry, 22. Is that right? Yeah, the one where we've made the big improvement over the number of overdoses and the number of fatal. And this is saying if we had 70,000 more, we could make even more improvement. Am I taking that message correctly?
Right. Is the question, what have we
The
done?
question is, what is it we're actually doing to bring these numbers down? What do these dollars go to doing?
So, and that's a question that Alderman Savage had asked me. So here's some of the things that we've done. So we have a city-county opioid intervention team that meets every other month, and we strategize how to tackle these issues. But in addition to that, we have an Annapolis opioid intervention team that meets every other month as well. And when we meet, we actually look at the fatal overdoses and we review each fatal overdose that we have in the city. We do prevention programs, we do education, we do enforcement, and the police department has been great lately with the big drug busts that they have been doing. One of them of note was a ship near the Bay Bridge that was apprehended and had a large quantity of drugs. We're dealing with the quality of life issues. You know, we're trying to get people, once they go into treatment, in employment and training, financial literacy, mentoring and support, as we talked about. One of the big things, and the longest line at an event is for an expungement of your criminal record. If you have a minor criminal record, you've been in treatment, you're trying to put your life back together again, it would be helpful if you can get some of your minor stuff, criminal offenses, expunged from your record. And we're just trying to establish Annapolis as a recovery supportive city. We participate in the Annapolis Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition, which reviews best practices that we can implement. We've created the Substance Use Disorder Bed Finder program with MIT, and we developed it, and then we gave it to the health department. This helps crisis response when they respond to overdoses, substance use disorder, to go into the substance use disorder bed finder program and find available beds at treatment center. Instead of doing, 6, 7, 8 calls, they could go into the substance use disorder bed finder program and see the available beds and all. We created the OD-free dashboard in 2019, and we maintain that as the official source of substance use disorder data. We send in employees and partners to the conference. As we mentioned, we have folks down in Atlanta right now trying to glean best practices to bring these new ideas back to the city. So it's a lot that we do.
So part of it is interdiction, but a lot of it seems like it's personal interaction, helping people with their records, helping them find resources.
The newest program that we have, and when I say new, it's only about 2 months old, is we go into APD records and we look for people who have multiple overdoses. And we actually reach out through our community contacts that we have on payroll, and we meet with them, have lunch with them, and see what kind of resources that we can get them and their families and try to coach them to treatment programs. So this is really new. I think we've only reached out to 2 people, and one person looks promising, but I don't think a lot of folks are doing this, taking it to that extent.
Yeah, so it's a hands-on, person-to-person.
Absolutely.
I have 2 specific questions.
Can I just add one thing? I think the reentry program with the police department, is that part of that listing?
That's part of our quality of life initiative,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
I'm looking at the details of the budget, and I see VIBA comes and goes. Is that because of personnel changes? I mean, it was a small amount in 2021, $2,600. Then it was $0 in 2022. Then it was $10,000 in 2022 projected, and now in the proposed budget, it's back to 0.
We don't budget for that specifically. That rolls up into benefits. So you're not going to see a budget for that. If you're looking at OpenGov, there's actuals and actuals projected for 22 shown. We don't show a budget line item for that.
So if there's VIBA, where is that? Is it in?
That is rolled up in that benefits
salaries?
line.
Okay, all right. The other one, and thank you for that. The other one is the repair and maintenance of vehicles. Is that something that's charged to you but actually done elsewhere in the city? So this increase we're seeing for fiscal 23, it's $8,000, $9,000. That's just something that's charged to your budget from the general.
That's correct.
Director Dickinson, can you explain how that's done?
Oh, okay, and Katie can explain it also. Danny Horwath, our fleet manager, provides us at budget time with the estimates of what he thinks he's going to spend on each vehicle, and we have a charge rate per vehicle, type, size, and usage. And that's what we gather all that information up and charge it to each department. So that would be based on what Danny gave us for their vehicles. Now, what I don't know is, are there any additional vehicles added this year? Or is it the same vehicles increased costs? Some of that will be fuel, but some of it is probably also the repair and maintenance.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Our goal is to finish up by noon. Alderman Gay, do you have any questions?
And I'll move very fast because I know y'all
No problem. All right.
like to cut people off. No, kidding.
No.
Quickly though, page 31 goes over and my question is just in line with everybody else. This relates to substance abuse.
Page 31.
Yes, in the budget book. And it coordinates into kind of with the slides that you all use too. On page 13 of your slide, you said the goal that was reached, or the number one goal that you all have reached, was support reduction impacts from substance abuse disorder. And so I was happy to see that. I want to get a better understanding of how that was measured outside of the OD-free dashboard, which is statistical. Obviously, if 20 people overdose in 2019 and 5 overdose in 2020, that is a success. But how is that measured using the programs listed. And then part two to that is before I get too much into the budget, review of goal 3, the benchmarks that you all set, which were opioid related as well.
So to your first question, how is that measured? So we have a heat map, and we plot each overdose, and we plot each fatal in the heat map. From there, we dispatch our programs to that area. And as the year progresses, if we see less overdose in that area, in that heat map, that's a sign of our success in that area. And we actually have that data. We actually have a heat map with an overlay that actually explains it better.
Okay. And that's on the webpage as well, the heat map?
No, I'd have to supply that to you all.
Okay. All right, as it relates to the funding, so on top of the $35,000 that you're receiving in grants, you're requesting that the council provide an additional $70,000, which will put us at $105,000 for the year for opioid intervention.
For this coming year.
Okay. And so how is that broken down to be effective? And the reason that I ask is because I look at, okay, for example, Your Life Matters is ran out of the fire department, and this is just in the grants. This is not including the $75,000 that you asked about. So this is just the $35,000 breakdown. That is more community, like they typically use those funds to do pop-ups at like community events, correct? They're not.
But also businesses and houses of worship and all. So pretty much with Your Life Matters, the biggest thing with that is the fire department overtime, because the fire personnel and staff that actually make that program run, they do it on overtime. And so that's the biggest issue there.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Overdose Free Annapolis, is that out of the police department?
No, OD Free is out of the Office of Emergency Management.
Okay, and that's proposed for $11,500. What exactly would they do?
So we maintain the database and the dashboard, but we also support all the other programs. So as their money becomes depleted, they can come to OD Free, right? And then they say, hey, look, I need this for supplies, or I have an event, and I'm just about run out of my funding. You can come to OD Free, and then we'll finance your project.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, why would we, and I know how it's been ran previously, but I've had discussions with staff, and my question was, why would we give the $70,000 to the Office of Emergency Management to disperse between 4 programs, where we could give the $70,000 directly to the Naptown anti-dope movement through the mayor's budget for more direct community engagement? Why wouldn't we do that? And I think listed here, they only would get $6,000.
They get $6,000 from the $35,000, but they get more from the $70,000. And in the case of last budget year, they got, we financed a person for their program, which is about $19,000, I think.
Yeah, that's which is really most of the time that obviously is just going to a limited number of staff. And when I look at this again, I'm just from the council perspective, there seems to be duplication of efforts through Naptown Anti-Dope, and also what the Office of Emergency Management runs, how, they obviously have community ambassadors that they collaborate with as well, which I have no problem with that. But what I've seen is that when that Naptown Anti-Dope program is up and running, and they're fully funded, and they're able to do the events in the communities, and they've got the merch and all of this stuff. When they got that stuff going on, It's a much more vocal and visual conversation as it relates to opioid overdoses and substance abuse disorders in general within the community, white and black. And so, yeah, I guess that's just still my confusion. If we...
Can I interrupt? I think it's really important, because I sense the confusion and not knowing really where the accountability is, for lack of a better word. When the mayor presents their no harm and their procedure, their processes, and where they're getting their money, it would be really helpful if you were there as well, Director Simmons, or
Sure.
somebody to speak to, you know, this is where the money is coming from, and this is how it's allocated, and this is how it's spent, to address not so much duplications, but also towards Alderman Gay's concern, is the money going effectively? And I think
it's not
that's a
so much more
discussion
as
between two departments.
And it's not so much more as effectiveness, Madam Chair, if I could.
Sure.
The mayor doesn't, and this is nothing against the administration has nothing in their budget for direct opioid assistance. And what was happening is that the Office of Emergency Management is handling the opioid intervention programs, which I don't think is a problem, in particularly as it relates to the APD substance use disorder program, Overdose Free Annapolis, and Your Life Matters. I think those are programs that they've managed for since the inception of this, and it fits well because it's police, fire, OEM. My issue is when it comes down to Naptown Anti-Dope, which is a program managed out of the administration's office. They should be fully funded directly. We should not have a middleman for their dollars, because then they have to go back and write proposals to Office of Emergency Management when they need funds. We can kill the middleman and give the money directly to them, fully fund them for a year. Okay. And so my question
so that
is...
might be a city manager
So,
thing.
Yeah, that sounds like a bit of a council overreach to try to dictate how the money comes over to the administration and how the administration.
It's an overreach for when people are dying in the streets from overdose, and the organizations have to run back and go to Office of Emergency Management to ask for funds or to explain why they need funds or why. I mean,
So let me give a more practical spin to this. The money's all coming from one place. It's the same grantor. Somebody has to manage it. It can't be managed by two different departments. So OEM is managing it, and there is a piece that's being spent through the mayor's office. So they can't split a grant that's coming in. It's one
I'm not
source
asking
of funding.
I would appreciate if moving forward also, with every time I ask a question on the budget, it's not broken down to me as if I'm 6 years old. I'm getting that point. They have $35,000 in grants, and they're requesting an additional $70,000. I'm not asking that it be split between departments. What I'm suggesting is that their amendment or whatever, their request for $70,000 be removed, and maybe the mayor brings in, because the $70,000 that they're getting is not grant dollars, correct? It's coming from the council. And so instead of giving them $70,000, why don't we just give that directly to the Naptown Anti-Dope organization?
Okay, so the 70,000 is not being appropriated here at all now. The source was going to be that settlement money that's coming in, that we don't know how much we're getting, so we don't know what we're going to do with it at this point.
So 70,000
The
could be used
70,000 isn't here yet, it's not in the budget, it's not anywhere.
So if we find the $70,000, whether it be one-time use or whatever, is that something that you would be open to?
I would say that we have a very good and unique opioid intervention team. The mayor's office, the fire department, the police department, and the Office of Emergency Management work together. We meet together. We meet to figure out what the best practices are, what the next steps are, why people are dying on the streets of Annapolis. We meet to look at each other's resource needs, and we provide them. I think I think the four of us, the four agencies, are a good team. And we've gotten proven results. I would not like to see that broken up by one agency over here and the other three.
I'm not
here.
suggesting that.
And one more point too,
Yep.
as when you're talking about grants, somebody has to be accountable and responsible for the grants.
Right.
And that's the Office of Emergency Management.
So
We
it's
have to meet the deadlines. We have to meet the benchmarks. We have to actually do all the reports. And we do the reports.
I'm
we
not
do the reports
suggesting
for-
that their
do the reports.
$35,000 in grants in any way, shape, or form be removed from fire, police, OEM. I was suggesting that the mayor's office, and which I don't think there's any reason why communications would cease. But again, when staff comes to us with concerns, we should, just as if you would, I would take it seriously and I would bring it before the body. We have been reached with concerns from the staff that manages the Naptown Anti-Dope program as it relates to disbursement of funds. I mean, so I'm asking the question so that there can be clarity moving forward, where one program feels that they aren't being sufficiently funded so they can operate in communities as they've done in the past. And that's why I brought it forward.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's very clear what you're asking, and I think it's very clear what the director is saying, that, and I'll rephrase this, that the Office of Emergency Management is champion the cause, if you will, and that is known by the state and the county, and it helps with grants, that you are coordinating the opioid effort. However, there is, in the mayor's office, a concern about lack of funds. And so I think we can't address that here, but we can address it when the mayor's office comes before us and they can state their concerns. I would ask that at that time you attend and we'll be able to,
Just one
address-
final point. I've not heard from anyone that we have not been supportive with the funding that we've gotten either from grants or from the council.
Right.
I have not heard.
So that's
We've
where
been more than
that-
supportive.
Right, and they can that's the opportune time for the mayor's office to ask and address that concern. Is anything else? Are you okay? Okay. All right. Alderman Savage had some questions, but most of them, at least 80% of them, can be answered by your presentation. And let me just go through the easy ones. What is the dam 135 plan on slide 6?
That's we evaluate the dam for possible breach or any type of emergency that we may have at the dam, and then we measure the risk to human life and loss of property. And so out of that is an emergency action plan for the dam.
And dam
And we're
is,
required to exercise that emergency action plan every 5 years by the Maryland Department of Environment. And that leads us to this tabletop that we're going to have on April the 25th.
so that dam is short for damage.
I'm sorry?
No? Dam? It's a dam, okay.
It's a waterworks dam on Veterans Highway near the water treatment plant.
It's at the water treatment plant,
Yes.
okay. Did you hear that? You mentioned work with MIT on slide number 4. I'm not sure if Alderman Savage is concerned on whether or not it's duplication, but, how do you coordinate that when you have something that you offer to another department?
Sure. As far as cyber disruption, cybersecurity, over the last couple of years, we provided $71,457.45 in funding to support MIT projects in cybersecurity. That's important. We saw with the elections how vulnerable our cyber infrastructure is, especially with the war with Ukraine. We're starting to worry a little bit more about that. Also with MIT, the educational and training program called Security Mentor that you all do once a month. That's actually paid for by grant funds from the Office of Emergency Management. So we're working closely to make sure that the cybersecurity needs are met working with MIT.
Okay. As far as the, you addressed number 4, so we don't have to revisit how, complete the performance measure on, we don't have to talk about opioids anymore. And we talked about what enhancements were and were not included. On winter relief, do you have offhand how many people use that service? I know you have that number.
Are you talking about the warming center?
Yes.
You have days open, people.
The warming center? Was that the question?
Yeah, how many?
It was over 1,091 activations.
Okay, that's good.
And it cost about $150 a night to run it.
Yeah. And just, I was just talking to my colleague about this, and Dave, city manager, we're just not quite there yet on, and again, with Alderman Arnett's, maybe the audit committee, just so everybody knows that all the departments were asked to state their progress of meeting performance measures for last year, the last 6 months of last year, July through December 2021. So that's sort of almost a statistical request. You know, did you meet those measures and how? And we haven't seen that specific in each presentation. Each department is sort of going through and doing sort of a liberal arts review of their performance measures and not numerical. And I think that's what Alderman Arnett is hoping for when they're presented to the audit committee, more of a numbers. And is that a fair statement, City Manager, to say that we're not quite there yet, or is that unfair to say? Or do you see my kind of frustration?
Yeah, I guess my understanding was that that would be reported through that slide that said which ones have been met and which ones have not been met.
Right.
And maybe we haven't gotten deep enough into that discussion to fulfill what your request was.
Yeah, that's the key question, you know, is how this all works. And it was answered well yesterday. If, you know, which ones have not been met and where in the budget can that be, you know, helped, and which ones have been met, and where in the budget do we see that to make that correlation, as you were saying. So it's sort of a work in progress. Okay. Any other questions? I think, all right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, Huddle.
What's going on up there?
We had a special, oh, wait, yeah. We had a special request. Somehow the word.
Used to be an elementary school teacher right here.
Well, somehow the word got around. The word got around somehow that we got a special request for these. So instead of the balls, so you have to catch them. Ooh, they don't go very far.
First, you have to throw them.
That one lights up.
Nice throw,
Oh
Jody.
my goodness, look at that one. It lights up.
So
That's the one I
we were
want.
able
We
to.
want that one sitting up here, front and center all day.
Yeah. So for all those departments
that one goes to
listening,
my grandson, actually.
so
I'd like to thank the Finance Committee for entertaining our request.
thank you.
It's always an honor to come before you.
And one of those is for MK. Thank you again. Thank you. We're going to
Thank you
take a
again.
5-minute. We're going to take a 5-minute. Do we have to do that formally? Reconvening. I guess I have to hit the gavel again. Thank you. Okay, well, we don't have a hard stop at 1, but we don't want to keep you much longer. I'm really trying to limit questions. If we have some, maybe we can email them to you under separate cover. We'll see how it goes. So I do, though, where's Director Dickinson? I thought it would be, there she is. I thought it would be best with your department to sort of have an overall, if we start, Director Dickinson, just describing the COVID money in general, how you got it and how it was spent in general. I think that would give us a good perspective of your operating budget. Is that fair to say?
Madam Chair, I think we should have them do their presentation first before.
Well, that question will inevitably come up.
It's on slide 5.
Would you rather, okay.
Yeah,
You want to do
we
it that
talked
way?
about it, yeah.
Well, because they have multiple budgets.
But I mean, we can still ask further questions, but let's see what the presentation, what information is already provided for us. I
Okay.
mean, that would,
Okay. Go ahead.
I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you, Kweku
waited long enough.
Ajimendua, Deputy Director at Transportation Department. With me is Kevin Wans. He is the Senior Manager for SP Plus that manages parking assets in the city. Thank you for having us here this afternoon. Okay, so this is the outline of our presentation here, a brief overview of the Transportation Department and personnel. Take a look at the FY 2022 highlights, and also we'll look at the FY 2023 goals, objectives, performance measures, and our long-term goals for both transit and parking, and our FY 23 budget request, and after that, opportunity for comments and questions.
Oh, could you introduce who's at the table with
Kevin
you?
Wans, Senior Manager, SP Plus.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The City Transportation Department is unlike your traditional transportation department where they look at rules, traffic signals, and stuff like that. And there is sometimes you do get a call, do you do this in our public works? So here, the Department of Transportation focuses on 3 main things here, unlike your traditional transportation department. Public transportation services, called Annapolis Transit, transportation planning, both at the local level and at the regional level, and also parking management. Okay. So for the staff in the department, we have basically 3 main divisions. We do have administration, vehicle operations, and maintenance. So for administration, we do have the director. The position is currently vacant. I'm the deputy director. We do have 2 account associates that helps with invoices and billings and payrolls. And the transportation inspector, that position also has been vacant for a while. The transportation inspector was more of the parking coordinator within the department and also used to manage the taxi industry in the city before the coming of Uber and Lyft. The person did retire over a year ago, though that position is still vacant. Vehicle operations, we do have the transportation superintendent in the person of Marcus Moore. He is in charge of the actual operations that goes on day to day. And he is assisted by the transportation supervisors. They are also called the dispatchers. We have 3 of them. They are always in the office. Even if there is 1 bus on the road, there should be a dispatcher in the office for different reasons. And also, we do have our bus operators. We have 29 in all. And we do have a pool of part-time drivers. Currently, we have about 7 of them. But it depends. Some of them are able to work for 4 hours a day. Some of them like two days a week. So we keep a pool.
I'm sorry, Alder.
I hate to interrupt. Dr. Dewar, don't feel rushed.
Okay.
Okay, please don't. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So for vehicle operations, we have transportation superintendent assisted by the dispatchers. And vehicle operators are the bus drivers, and the part-time is a pool of employees that do work for us. If somebody calls out sick, or if a driver is on vacation, the bus is not on vacation, therefore we need somebody to drive the bus, and so on and so forth. And we do have the maintenance department, where currently we now have a full-time civil service position as a maintenance supervisor, which is very, very key because we do get money to buy buses and we also do get money to maintain the vehicles. So in addition to the supervisor, we do have 5 technicians that help with most of the routine maintenance work in the department. And of course, for parking, it's contracted out to XP Plus. We will have premium parking coming up to work under the AMRP contract. They will be managing the Hillman parking garage once it's completed, and also a small portion of on-street parking. Okay, next. So these are the highlights. So number 1 bullet is on the grants. It's a large amount of money that came in, starting from, I would say, the fourth quarter of FY 2021, when we were notified that we will receive CARES funds through FTA in a tune of about $4 million. We didn't spend everything in the fourth quarter of 2020. We spent about $740,000, and we spent another 1.3 in FY 2021. And in FY 2022, we have about just over $2 million to spend. This is on top of our regular grants for large urban, which we use to help with the fixed route operations. We also have ADA grants that comes in. We also have preventive maintenance grants that come in. In FY 2022, we also received 2 small grants, one under the CRISA funds, about $81,000, and one-time state operating grant of about $184,000. So on the grant front, we have done very well. All the grants actually go to help offset the operating deficit in transit operations, and that has been very, very helpful. We did place orders for 2 buses just before COVID hit, and they were delivered in just last year, that is FY 2022, which we have them in service. We also have in place the Adopt the Shelter program, where it began in 2021. So far, we do have 8 shelters that have been adopted by local businesses. And there is one notable owner, it's a barber shop. He alone has adopted 3 shelters, cleaned them, fixed them when even the glasses are broken, and we are very much appreciative of that. The bus stop shelters are costing a lot of money because of damage to the glasses, and we need to fix them constantly. So the Adopt a Shelter program is a way to minimize the cost of maintaining the bus shelters. We do have very safe operations of the transit. We do have a safety management system plan that aligns with FTA requirements. So there are certain incidents that we need to report. For instance, if there is a crash and there is a property damage in excess of $25,000 or more, we need to report that. So when I talk about reportable FTA incident, I'm referring to some specific criteria that we use. If the vehicle is disabled and needs to be towed away, that is a reportable FTA incident. If somebody has to be transported to receive medical attention, that is also a reportable FTA incident. And if there is a fatality, which in my years, over 2 decades in the city, has never happened to Annapolis Transit, even within 30 days of the incident, we also need to report that. So far, we have not had any of these incidents, and that is very, very important because we use the same roads as any other vehicle on the road, and our drivers have been doing very well to operate the buses very safely. I put in the number of service hours here because Because of COVID, most transit agencies did cut back drastically on their service. Typically, we will provide about 54,000 hours a year. We have a reduced service. If you recall, the orange route was out of service for some time. Currently, we don't even run the purple route most days during the weekends. But in all, we were able to provide continuous service throughout the pandemic, even in inclement weather. And that is why I put out that number for that. The last bullet, normally you don't see it, but it's key to every grant that we get. If there is any additional money, they look at how you comply with various FTA, MTA rules. You don't get to see it unless we are in non-compliant, then the city manager will get a letter. But so far, that has not happened. So we comply with all the rules, other annual reports, our drug and alcohol programs, ADA, our Title VI, all of those requirements we actually met. We have met them so far, and we do actually have quarterly meeting with MTA that we go over these compliance issues. If there is any issue, we will address it. We come up with a plan to, but so far, that has not happened. Next, okay. So highlights for parking. In terms of enforcement in the residential parking district, we do it thanks to the vehicles with the automatic license plate recognition. It makes it easier for the POs to drive around in the parking district. So here the emphasis is on the parking district. Of course, in terms of parking enforcement, it's over the entire city. When we get a call, they do respond to do that. Parking meters here, especially for the park mobile ones, they work most of the time, which actually takes any kind of annoyances for those who would like to park and pay through that system. Customer service, they have done very well. They do respond very quickly to customer service. That doesn't mean that the resolution was in favor of the customer, but at least they do pay attention and respond in time for that. And collection rate of fines from issued violation are about 76%. I think the target in performance measures is about 75. So that exceeds the target by just a small percentage point. So these are some of the highlights on the parking front. Okay, we have 4 goals for FY 2023 for transit. These goals are aligned with some of the MTA, FTA requirements. So first of all, reliability of service, convenience, and customer service of the transit system. The second goal relates to safety and security. The third one is compliance, as we just mentioned about what we have done so far. And lastly, improve transit business practices. That has something to do with our budget, how much we do adhere to the budget and other cost-related issues. So here, goal number 1. So we have 3 objectives here. Objectives actually will help you get to achieve your goal. So we do have transit service reliability, customer satisfaction, and implementation of a pilot feeder project, which Alderwoman Lieutenant did actually make an amendment in the FY 2022 budget to use it as a pilot project. We haven't seen it yet. I will explain the reason why, but we have the scope of work set out that will soon be implemented. So for these objectives, we do have some benchmarks. Here, we are looking at on-time performance to determine the service reliability. The 85% there that we see is basically the standard in the industry that we also use. We have scheduled annual service hours. We have the bus map. You have the bus schedule. It tells you that a green bus leaves at Eastport at 6:30 in the morning. It's supposed to be in downtown by this time. So that's what we mean by that. So we schedule them and we try to adhere to that. The only time we don't do it is when there is emergencies or inclement weather, where we have to cut back service before their scheduled time. So in the absence of any emergencies, we do adhere to the schedule that has been provided to the general public. Customer complaints, we also keep track of that, especially if it's to be related to ADA or Title 6 violations. So we also keep track of that, and also improve transit ridership experience by connecting underserved transit-dependent neighborhoods. If you take a look at the fixed route, it doesn't go to every neighborhood, because some neighborhoods, we have very few transit-dependent population. So it doesn't make economic sense to put a fixed route there. So one idea is to find other ways to actually extend the transit service to these neighborhoods. Otherwise, if you live somewhere 1 mile away from a bus stop, even if the bus service is free, you are not going to benefit from that. So that is one thing we want to make sure that as we move forward, we want to increase access to transit services to our neighborhoods, not only by the fixed route, but other means such as the micro-transit pilot project. So that will basically be using smaller vehicles, similar to what VIA will be doing under the AMRP contract. You can have an app, request a trip, and then to tell you when you could be picked up. So that is coming. That is one way to increase access to all neighborhoods for the transit that we do operate. Okay, the next one is, okay, that is, okay. So still under goal 1, we do also have our performance measures. So here we have on-time performance. We do keep track of that. How do you do that? All our buses are fitted with video surveillance system. The system has embedded Google Map. So we can bring it up and figure out where the bus is at any point in time. So once you bring it up, you take the schedule. So if it is the green bus and the bus is expected to be at Calvert and West Street at this time, we can see, and then you will check it off. So our on-time performance basically means that it's from 0 to 5 minutes late. If the bus gets down prior to the published schedule, it means the bus is not on time, because the person thinks that, okay, the bus will be here at, say, 10 a.m., the bus get there at 9:55 and leave, you miss the passenger. So we do keep track of on-time performance. Transit service delivery, how many of the hours that we propose to do we actually have, or we actually will do. So that will help us to keep track of, you tend to provide 1,500 hours of service, how much did you achieve? We stick to that. The only exception would be when we have inclement weather that we have to cut back service. Customer complaints and successful conversion of the current orange route. So these are the performance measures for goal number 1. Okay, goal number 2 is about safety and security. We talk about the reportable Fta incidents or accidents, maintain a safe and reliable transit fleet in terms of the wheelchairs or ramps. In fact, if you are running a bus and for whatever reason the wheelchair stops working, the general rule is that either you bring it back to the yard and take another one, or if a customer who is ADA comes on, you cannot pick it up, you have to give a call so that we can dispatch another bus to pick up the ADA rider. So we keep track of that. So these are the objectives of goal number 2, improve transit security. Our benchmarks are there in terms of vehicle revenue miles. Revenue miles will be the miles that we actually put on the vehicle once it is in service. For instance, we have the state shuttle bus. It begins service at the stadium. So from Annapolis Transit Facility to the stadium is your deadhead miles. That is not counted into this. It is when the bus is actually starting to pick up passengers. That is what we call the vehicle revenue miles. Also, they have it in hours. So the benchmarks are basically 4 of them here in terms of accident rate, in terms of working wheelchair and ramps, in terms of uptime of the transit buses, and also making sure that the video surveillance system on the buses are working all the time. So these are the benchmarks for goal number 2. And here we also have 4 performance measures for goal number 2. Here, daily trip inspections, what is also called the pre-trip inspections of the buses, and also we have to check the wheelchairs and the ramps to make sure that they are all working, and installation and maintenance of the video surveillance system. Okay. Goal number 3 is with rules and all the requirements that come with the grant that we did get. And we make sure that we don't make any error in this area, whether it's drug and alcohol programs, whether it is our quarterly reporting, which actually, by the way, is the means that we also request for reimbursement. We need to do it on time and do it accurately. Whether it's the annual reporting to FTA through the National Transit Database reporting. If you go to the NTD, you can actually search for any transit agency in the country to find information about their ridership, their cost of operations, the vehicles that operate, and so on and so forth. And these are requirements, and every year we meet them. We never miss the deadline. We do it on time and do it accurately. Our benchmark is for all these objectives, we want to get 100%. We don't want to leave any room for error in this area, because we don't know when there will be additional federal government dollars for transit. They look at those requirements, how you are complying with the rules. So we don't want to make any error in that area. And of course, we do have 2 performance measures with respect to that. Okay. Goal number 4 is about transit business practices, which are basically talking about our fare revenue. Of course, there is a discussion about fare free, but as of this time, we are still collecting money. It's one of the parameters that we do submit data on every quarter to MTA. MTA has a formula that we put in the raw data, and it will calculate that, and also strengthen the financial health of the transit operations. We have 2 benchmarks, and we have 3 performance measures here. So let's see here, long-term goals. Let me talk briefly about the fare revenue, because I think I saw the email from Alderman Savage. I want to address it right here. The benchmark is 20%. So 20% of your operating costs should be paid for with the fare revenue. Currently, we don't achieve that. Several reasons for that. One, your fare revenue is tied to your ridership numbers. So because of COVID, many people are not taking the transit, so your fare revenue goes down. So that explains why we have not achieved the 20% up to the second quarter of FY 2022. Another thing is that we do provide free services. For instance, July 4th, we did provide transit services from 4 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. We didn't bring in even a penny in terms of revenue, but we have drivers and buses in place. That also costs us money. We also provide free transportation for all school, high school students and middle school students, K through 12. If you recall, back in 2018 September, there was a city council approved a resolution where all school-going age of children in the city from K to 12, they ride the bus for free. Prior to that, you pay a reduced fare of $1. So far as 2022 is concerned, as at the end of, I believe, the second quarter, we have just over 2,500 school kids that have used our service. Again, there is no revenue coming from that. So these are some of the factors that actually contribute to not being able to reach the target of 20%. But the big one is your ridership numbers. The more people ride, the more revenue you get. Prior to getting the fare box validation system, we had issue with fare evasion, where people will rip dollar bills and put in foreign currencies. Since the implementation of the electronic fare box, we have never had any fare evasion. No foreign currency because the system validates every money that is put in. The only foreign currency that we take would be, I think, 5 cents, the 5 Canadian cent, which is of similar in nature and everything as of the US. So apart from 5 cents, 25 cents, it will reject it if it is a Canadian coin. If it is a Canadian dollar, it will reject it. So it validates every money that we put through the first system. Okay. So, okay, where we are. So we have the performance at the benchmark for the fare box recovery ratio of 20%, which we have not achieved so far, and I have given you some of the reasons for that. We also have the performance measures down there, operating budget adherence. Because of the infusion of the federal grants through CARES Acts and others, we have been able to basically use less of city funds to support the transit. As we talk about the budget, we realize that now transit as of in FY 2023 is going to be about 60% of our entire budget. So let's move on to that. Okay, long-term goals. Here we are looking forward. And I also did notice that Alderman Savage has some questions about how to achieve them. I will take the opportunity to address those. One is the on-demand service that we have talked about. Because VIA, which is subcontractor for AMRP, is doing exactly the same thing throughout the construction period, it makes sense to put hours on hold and, of course, take lessons from what they are doing because you are working with them closely. And after that, we move forward with our pilot micro transit project. The automatic vehicle location system is what normally we have on the circulator bus. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I know why. Because the thing needs to be actively managed. So there is an app, you bring it up, it tells you the location of the circulator bus. We did a try test about 2 years ago, but the operating cost was very high. So what we have done is that in our FY 2023 grant application, we have requested amount of money to basically buy the equipment and install them and operate them for about a couple of years before the city actually kicks in money. So we are keeping our fingers crossed that if we get that grant, we will start that project in FY 2023 to install automatic vehicle location on all our buses so that if a rider wants to know where the bus is, they can pull it up and then they can find out where the bus is. The second long-term goal has to do with our bus stop amenities and accessibilities. Again, there was a question from Alderman Savage about how many bus stop shelters we do have. Overall, we have 87. 3 of them were installed by private entities. One is on Copeland Street, which was put up by the community. And there are 2 bus stop shelters at the hospital, which was also put in or installed by the county hospital. Okay. So that will leave us with about 84. Out of the 84, 30 of them came through a special arrangement with the city, with a company called Creative Outdoor Advertising. They design it, they install it at their own expense, and then they get to advertise it for about 10 years before the city get any advertising revenue from that. That contract has come to an end. So our plan is from FY 2024, we will again look for grant funds to actually replace these 30 shelters that came through the city through this public-private partnership. We do also have, the city actually bought another 10 bus shelters with its own money, 100% local fund that is in there. We also have grant to install about 40 shelters that came in. So in all, we have about 87 bus stop shelters. Currently, we are working with Baltimore Metropolitan Council, which is the MPO for the Baltimore region. Annapolis is part of it. We are completing a bus stop assessment study. So each bus stop, whether there is a bus shelter or not, we are analyzing it, what needs to be done to improve it, what will be the cost of the improvement. So that report will be coming out very soon. And once we get that one, we will use it as a basis to ask for more grants money to basically install more bus shelters. So that is a very exciting study, a part of the transportation planning function of the department. The third one is a very big idea that we have discussed recently in the department, what we call the hybrid transit system. It goes back to the deficiencies of the fixed route because it doesn't go to every neighborhood. So how do you serve other neighborhoods where there are very few people who will use the transit? So that is where the word hybrid comes in, where we will combine micro transit, which is on demand, with the fixed route during the morning and evening peak hours time, so that they can bring them from the smaller neighborhoods to the nearest bus stop, and then they can continue on their journey on the fixed route.
I have to ask this question now. On the microtransit, is it the same software that we're coordinating with ARPA? You're saying ARPA has a microtransit under the...
Is it AMRP?
AMRP, sorry, all these acronyms. AMRP under the Hillman project has microtransit. I assume that's some kind of software. You're putting yours on hold that I remember we put in the budget last year. Is it the same software for coordination?
I would say in terms of functions, the same, because each one is proprietary. You have various companies. Translog, which is a full subsidiary of Ford Motor Company, also has a similar software, but the functions are the same. And Prince George's County is actually doing a pilot with the Translog on-demand app, which I have talked to them. They really like what they see. And the cost also is very cost effective compared to other companies with a similar software that will do exactly the same. So the idea of the hybrid transit is use this on-demand service, smaller vehicles in the neighborhoods, bring them to the nearest bus stop during the morning and evening rush hours, and then they continue their trip. From our ridership data, we know that we have off-peak periods where very few people will take the bus. Okay, so during that time, the idea is that we will just run the on-demand service only. If you need the service, pull up the app, request a trip, we come and pick you up. And then during the evening rush hours, we bring both the on-demand and then the fixed route in place. This is a concept. We plan to do a major review of our transit system in FY 2024. Again, we will ask for technical assistance grant that pays for 90% of the cost of the consulting fee to do that. So once that process starts, we would like the consultant to take a closer look at what it will take to actually develop a plan for a hybrid system. So that is coming. It's a big idea. I like it. I hope that it works very well. And then that will actually improve transit accessibility to everybody that live in the city. The last one, we have talked about it, about what is I call zero tailpipe emission transit buses. And I put the word tailpipe there because we are looking at greenhouse emission when the bus is running. Okay, we have talked about that. We talked about it in the budget. Our plan is basically transitioning into what is called battery electric buses. I have mentioned several times that MTA is currently doing a study of all the transit agencies in the state, with the exception of Montgomery County and Prince George's. They are considered to be large systems, so they will do their own. And based upon that, we will have a blueprint that will tell us what needs to be done, how much it would cost, what kind of training, how many buses we will need overall. Because in MTA's calculation, one clean diesel bus is equivalent to 1.3 battery electric buses. So assuming that we have 15 buses right now, that would translate into about 20 battery electric buses. So this blueprint, we are looking forward to that. And we will take that one, come back to you and tell you how much it will cost. And I do have some numbers to share on that particular topic. So here we have performance measures that were very successfully done. We have 4 of them. the on-time performance, the service delivery, FTA compliance, and our PM program. In fact, every quarter, we do submit, MTA selects at random 3 or 4 buses. Let's check the record. Not only that, when they do their pre-trip inspection and they find a problem, they have to record it. So they will get your pre-trip inspection sheet, identify issues that the driver said they did find, and then trace it back if there was a working PO, a work order that was open to fix it. So these are checks every 3 months, randomly selected vehicles, and every time we get them right. So that is a very successful news. Those who knew the department prior to 2010, there were 2 audits, and we failed in PM. So we have improved so much in terms of our PM that our PM grant actually has gone up from about $160,000 when I went there to now, last FY 2021 or so, we have just over $400,000 in PM grant to maintain the equipment and the buses. Okay. So the least successfully completed one is the fare box ratio, which I've already talked to you about it, the reasons why we have not been able to reach the 20% that we hope to achieve that. And the one that was never achieved, I have also talked about it in terms of the on-demand microtransit pilot project, which is on hold for now. So on the parking front, in terms of goals, we have 3 here. The idea of parking enforcement is not necessary to write tickets. I believe the idea of parking enforcement is to ensure that the city rules and regulations about parking are enforced consistently and equitably. We do get a call, why are they not writing many tickets? I want to make it very clear. Writing tickets is because people are not complying with the rules. So they have, in terms of goals, to ensure that the city parking regulations are enforced equitably, and they do very well. Support economic viability by balancing competing demands for limited parking spaces. Convert of off-street parking facilities to new parking access revenue control system. There is also a question of what it is. Basically, it's a new way of parking management where everything is automated. Kevin will talk more about it. It's a cloud-based, everything is automated, payment, entry, exit. You can log in your credentials and then it will scan it. It includes license plate recognition to capture the data and so on and so forth. So that is one goal that we are looking at in terms of parking. I look forward to that because it's exciting. I believe the new Homer parking garage will have a similar system. So we are looking forward to that. Okay, so here we have goal number 1 for parking, basically 1 objective, 2 benchmarks, and 2 performance measures. I don't want to go through it in terms of time here. Goal number 2, we do have 2 objectives, about 3 benchmarks, and about 3 performance measures that we'll be tracking. Okay, and then goal number 3, which is something new here, I remove and replace age parks at Girls Garage. They are old. Technology has improved. Software development has improved. Automation has improved. So that's what we are looking to do. And you have basically 2 benchmarks in terms of timeline and in terms of budget. And we have 2 performance measures. Long-term goal, we have 2. Increase access to parking payment options by implementing multi-app mobile transaction environment. Again, Kevin will talk more about that. If there's a specific question, what does it mean by that? And also continuous evaluation of areas outside the concession area for paid parking programs. There are several areas in the parking district where people get 2 hours of free parking. We are looking into that. Can it be converted into paid parking for visitors? So that is also a long-term goal for parking. Okay, here performance measures. that were successfully completed. We have 3 for parking on the screen here. Again, I don't want to just go through each one of them. Those that were not successfully completed, collection rate and clearance rate. There is also a question from Alderman Savage about what do they mean or how we can prove that. If you look at the calculation, it includes things like dismissed citations, void citations, citations that were successfully appealed in the court. So if we give somebody a citation, the person chooses to go to court, and the court says, now you can go free, or it's a warning. In our calculation, it's taken into account, but there is nothing we can do about that because that is a legal decision. So there are several factors that go into play in determining your clearance rate and your collection rate. If you're interested, we can share with you the formula. But those are the ones that did not meet the target. So we have the target of 90% for the clearance rate. We achieved 83. Similar to the collection rate, we have a target of 85%. Our achievement is so far to date, as at the end of the second quarter of FY 2022, we have 76. In terms of performance measure, not achieved is 0. So that is a good thing on the part of the management company. Now you're talking about money, budgets. The department manages 2 funds, enterprise funds. The transportation fund, which goes to pay for mainly the transit operations, and the parking fund. Okay. So in terms of budget highlights, Hillman Garage is going to be reconstructed, so the parking budget was adjusted to reflect that. Federal funds, we have the upper funds that is coming about $2.8 million. In FY 2023, a large chunk of it will be spent on operations. A small portion of it will be spent on vehicles. I'll talk about it, and that's exciting news for council members who are looking to get their first battery electric bus. And we have the transportation budget includes city share of the purchase of the electric buses and support vehicles. I'll also explain that. Basically, that particular point is about the fact that whatever, especially for capital grants, when we get a grant, there is a local match. Okay. In FY 2022, our local match increased from 10% to 20%. Okay. So in the budget, based upon the grant application, which supplies the vehicle cost information, the local match for the vehicles we are requesting grant for is in that budget. So that's what it means. I have a table to share with you. So if you're going to get, say, $410,000 as a cost of a clean diesel bus, because in the grant application, there is nothing to indicate that we are buying battery electric buses. It's not in the grant application, but that doesn't mean that we cannot buy it. So we have $410,000 per vehicle. So 10% local match should be $41,000. That is included in the budget. Okay. So 90% of it will be federal, state. That will be the grant portion. So that is what the last bullet means, that for our grant request that requires local match, that local match is in the budget. It doesn't mean that if you want to take the money to buy electric bus that costs, say, $600,000. So your local match plus the 90% of the grant is $410,000. So for $600,000, the city needs to come up with additional $190,000 to make it happen. I have a table because we talk about battery electric buses. I've talked about the cost. I will share with you to have an idea of what we are talking here. So this is a summary of our budget. I did hear the chairperson of the committee about graphs and pie charts. Unfortunately, you don't have one, but this is our overall budget for the transportation fund. This includes money for capital items. So the 8.2, if you look back, you notice that budget has gone up. especially for FY 2022 and FY 2023, because those numbers include the capital grants. For instance, in FY 2021, we have money for replacement of a skylift. They are now included in these budgets.
Just for clarifications to follow along, this is exactly summarized on page 110 in our budget book.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And that is the enterprise.
Yeah, enterprise fund, yeah.
Okay, and that's why they're equal. Revenues equals.
Exactly. Enterprise fund, you have to break even. And in the NTD report, we never report a profit. You must break even.
Thank you. Yeah.
So here we brought up the grant budget because it's huge. The bottom line is that in FY 2023, we expect 63% of our budget to come from grants. And this is the way that we plan to spend the grants. So if you take $5.237 million as a percentage of the 8.2, you get something like 63%. Okay. And this is the way that we plan to spend it. There is a line item for capital outlay, okay, which is $1.66 million. Okay. So the capital outlays include 3 buses and 2 support vehicles. 2 of the buses will be funded at the level of our regular grant that we get. It's about $410,000 a piece. Okay, so that will get you $820,000.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. When you say capital outlays, are they in the capital budget?
No, this is the grant we use to buy buses.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what the capital outlay is towards the procurement of buses and equipment.
Okay.
So when you get grants for those items, we call it capital grant.
You're right, in your budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to
So
make sure.
the capital outlay is in the categories in all the operating budgets. We typically have salary and benefits, contractual services, and supplies and other, but there are some departments that have capital outlay items in their operating budget.
Yep.
And those are buying any capital items that are not in the CIP, that are not large enough to be.
They're not large enough. Okay,
Yeah,
that's how it works.
To be, well, you could, some people do vehicles through the capital program. Some do buses through a capital program, but we don't, and you don't have to. We pick them up as assets as they're purchased here, instead of through the capital budget.
Okay. The reason I ask is not to complicate things, but in the capital budget, we do have this electrical initiative line item of the mayor's, and I just want to make sure there's no duplication of those, his line item for equipment, for example, in there, right?
Transportation, these are for the
That's
transportation
different than what-
system.
yeah.
So we have about $820,000 to replace the 2 vehicles that have reached the end of their useful life. Our sense is that the city needs to add more money if they want to buy a battery electric bus. So that's that. There is about $770,000 of the 1.66. That is earmarked specifically for battery electric bus. That will fully pay for that with no local match required. So if you're looking to get our first battery electric bus, that will be it. The other grants we have for vehicle replacement, on top of the required local match, the city needs to add more money to that. And as I said earlier, I have a table I will share with you based upon grant award for vehicle replacement and what we do expect. We have estimated how much more local funds will be needed to basically use the existing or the expected capital grant for vehicle replacement in order to buy battery electric buses. They are not cheap. Last summer, I was here talking about it. I gave a price of about $530,000 based upon the state of Georgia. I recall your comment on the state of Georgia contract. The pricing on that contract has expired. And the same bus is now about $650,000 a piece. So that is when we talk about battery electric buses, these are the numbers we are looking at.
And they're on page 111 of our budget. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is great.
Okay, so we have the grant budget here, which is very substantial. Remember, we have the APA funds coming in. It's not one of our regular grants. So once you use that, that is the end of it. So more likely after 2024, we are maybe going back to a regular grants of large urban, ADA, and PM. These are smaller grants. Large urban typically is $770,000. ADA typically 98,000. PM anywhere between 360 and 405. Okay. I said after 2024 because we have been informed that we will get money through the infrastructure bill, and that is more likely to come in FY 2024. Okay, so that is coming. We have not received any award letter yet, but we have been notified that we will get some money from the infrastructure bill.
So that goes back to my original question on you're speaking of ARPA, right?
Currently, we are talking about ARPA, which will be spent in FY 2023.
Okay, and where is that represented in the budget right
Okay.
now? It's confusing, sorry. And does it expire like the?
It does not expire, but.
It does not expire.
Yeah. So we plan to spend, it's embedded in the whole total number here, but I can give you.
Oh, that's fine. Just it's embedded. That's good.
It's in there.
It's in there.
The reason why I pick out the capital outlay is because about 840,000 of that will be from the APA funds, and that will help us buy our first battery electric bus with no local match. And the way that it is set up, we don't expect the city to even add any more fund to that if you buy it in time. Okay, so that's the grant budget, which is about 63% of our total budget. One comment on the grants is that the grants are awarded on reimbursable basis. So all the $5.2 million we are talking about, come July 1st, you don't have it with us. It's still with M.MTA. We need to spend the money, submit the bills, and they will reimburse based upon a grant agreement. So that is a big difference so far as transportation grants are concerned. We talk about big numbers, but they are not here come July 1st. So this slide talks about the parking budget summary, which we have in here. 2021 actuals, 2022 projected, and 2023. If there are any more questions on that, I think Jody will be able to give more information on that. Okay, I think that is the end of the presentation. So thank you for your attention.
Unless my colleagues can explain this to me, could you speak of the ARPA money, where it came from, when it came, and how much of it is left, and why it came, for transportation?
Okay. The APA funds, FTA, Federal Transit Administration, did receive a portion of the APA funds, funds from the APA Act passed by Congress. Mm-hmm. So from FTA, the state actually is our representative. The state did receive portion of that through FTA, mm-hmm. specifically for transit operations.
Specifically for transit
operations.
Yep.
Okay. So when the state got the funds, they gave us a notice. They have their own formula. So based upon the formula, total amount from the APA, it would be $2.8 million total. Currently, there is no deadline to use that one. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what we do anticipate is that given the fact that ridership is low, the Hilma parking garage is going offline, typically we do get transfer of funds from the parking revenue to the transportation. We expect to spend all of the 2.8. Unlike the care funds, where the stipulation was that it must be used only for operations. In the APA fund, the state gave us the flexibility to use a portion of it for capital. Okay. So in our desire to have a battery electric bus, which is costly, And in view of the fact that if we don't get all the money, it will take time for the city to come up with additional money to buy it. Rick and I, when Rick was here, and together with the fleet manager, I thought that it's a good idea because it's 100% federally funded. Okay, so out of the 2.8, we plan to spend about $840,000 for one electric bus and two to replace 2 support vehicles. The support vehicles are what the drivers and the dispatchers use to go on the road. So the upper funds is from Congress to FTA, from FTA to MDOT, Maryland Department of Transportation. From there, it goes to MTA, that is the State Agency for Transit Administration, and based upon their formula, we did get a portion of that. Okay. So it's specifically for transit operations, this time, portion of it for capital acquisition, and the remaining part will be to support the cost of operating the transit service.
Okay. Let me, I just think it's worth the time to walk us through the transportation budget do you have the budget book?
I do have a section of the budget book.
Just the different budgets very quickly, and then explain, most importantly, the interfund transfer. This is just sort of important. It just, you isolate different budgets so you can see where, for example, you had on the bottom of page 110, you already talked about the enterprise fund and the net zero. However, when you go to your administration budget summary, you're at a negative. And can you explain that?
So that would probably be a better question for me or Katie, because this is how OpenGov is presenting it. Let me just say that on the bottom of 110, that is a table.
Yes.
That gives you the whole budget together. That's everything.
Everything.
All revenues, all expenses from all of the transit divisions. Then when you turn that page, the first table is their administration division. That's where they budget for all their administrative costs. That would be the directors and the assistant directors' salaries, et cetera, all their administrative employees. There's no revenue assigned to that org.
Okay.
Because they're just using general transportation money. So when you see they've got $745,000 of expenses, there's no revenue that's posted against that.
Correct.
So therefore, the net from that division is a negative 745. That's just saying the expenses are there, there's no revenue matched against it.
Just for one clarification, on page 110 at the bottom, you're saying that all of the separate transportation budgets then are added together into one enterprise fund?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Just want to make
Except
clear.
for parking. The parking is, the garages and the parking spaces, that's in a separate fund. But all of the transportation divisions are in one enterprise fund.
Okay, so the same with the operations?
Yeah, that's the bus operations, and they can provide more detail what's in there, the bus drivers, the cost of running the buses. There's their maintenance division, that's self-explanatory, the cost of maintaining the fleet.
Okay.
And then they've got some smaller line items in other for debt service. And the interfund transfers.
Oh, wait a minute, time out, sorry. They're all marginal increases in these budgets, Kwaku. Your admin, your operations, and your maintenance are. It sounds like you're going back to pre-pandemic. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Because we still operate the buses, despite the fact that ridership has gone down.
Yeah. And then you're going back up.
And
right.
talking about that, we do trend analysis of our expenditures, and based upon that, make recommendations.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Director. So the interfund, the last one, the other.
That's all the other miscellaneous, mostly debt service, but the biggest item in there is the transfers, and that is the administrative charges that are being paid back to the general fund. It's our overhead allocation. The general fund charges all the enterprise funds with an overhead allocation, and that's the amount that belongs to the transit fund.
Okay, so none of that represents, the parking transfer is elsewhere.
No, so in this fund, the parking transfer would be shown as a revenue.
Correct.
It's a component of revenues, and I don't think, in here, do we have the revenues? In here, when you see the revenues line item there, it's totaled. You'd have to go into OpenGov.
So it's on page 112 then? That transfer is in the revenue line item?
Right, it's in the, if you go back to the front, the 110, the 8,268,000 revenue includes all the revenue items, including the transfer that's coming from the parking fund.
Okay.
110. I'm that last table on page 112, that number is 7,000,004. I'm not sure why that's different than 8,000,002, so that, I don't want you to look at 112 until I know what that table represents.
Oh, no, that's why I ask. I'm not afraid to ask. So in the parking fund budget summary.
Oh, that's the parking fund. Never mind, I'm sorry. That table is not transportation, it's parking. That's why it's different.
Okay. So what would explain the increase? I get the interfund transfer. The revenue bump, that then is the parking transfer is embedded in that number for fiscal year 2022 projected on the top of page 112.
So the table that's on the page, top of page 112 is a table that shows you total revenue and expenses for the parking fund, not the transportation fund.
So that number then.
So the transfer that's going to the transportation fund is shown as an expense here.
Yep. Yep.
So it is embedded in that 7,273,000, and if you go on the online book, you'd click on that line and you'd be able to see the details, and you'd see the transfer going over to transportation.
Okay.
There's a
Go ahead. No,
there's a saved view called Trans Rev versus Expense. It's right underneath the Harbor Master. So this is going to be the transportation side, the revenue coming in. And if you expand revenues.
Wait a minute, so
You're
in
gonna-
OpenGov, I see transportation.
Could you turn your mic on, please?
So scroll down. Look for Harbor Master. It's right underneath.
Oh, Alderman Arnett, you can turn your mic on. So that's the graph I asked you to print out.
That's correct.
Right, I should give Alderman Arnett a copy of this, because it does do the,
Oh, okay.
does the drop down. I don't know if Jody knows what we're looking at, but I had Katie print out
The line graph.
a line graph, which it tells the story, and it also shows potential concern, as any line graph does, but it's okay, so this is my question. Kwaku, and I don't know if you know what I'm looking at, that's the problem.
Yeah, I do have the graph here.
So are you concerned, what are you concerned with? The increase that's going from one to the next year, or what?
Are we increasing expenses only because we have increased revenue, and then when that increased revenue stops, as in ARPA,
So in,
Our expenses,
so
in trouble?
there's several components to my answer.
Okay, thank
One, please notice that during the years that we had the pandemic, it's been flat. Transportation costs have been kept in check.
Yep.
So if we were to have operated in a normal way, you may see a more gradual line going up. When we're going into '23, that's all expenses. That's continuing transportation expenses, but it's also these one-time expenses that are being funded by ARPA funds and the MTA capital funds. Those are one-time purchases. So the total there, which is a little over 8 million, shows you that at least 1.6 of that is one-time capital outlay items. So if you were to pull that 1.6 out of that total,
it wouldn't be
so alarming visually.
Okay, okay.
So that's more, if you took the 1.6 million out, and that number was closer to 7, it'd be probably in the high sixes. It would be more comparable to the prior years.
Okay, okay. So, right, I just didn't want to get ahead of ourselves saying, you know, on layman's terms, well, this is great, you know, we have ARPA money and we're chugging along here, and then we don't anymore, and we're operating a system that we can't afford. But it sounds like that sharp increase includes some one-time expenses that we've itemized and have used.
Yeah, and that's what shows under the capital outlay 1.66.
Okay, wait a minute. My
So
brain
that
just-
is your one time.
1.6.
The grant.
Under the grant
Yes,
budgets.
there you go.
Yeah.
Capital outline of ones, that shows there.
Yeah.
Bingo, bango, I gotcha. Okay, okay, okay. All right, my questions. Coordination in the mayor's budget and in the capital line item on electric vehicles, some of it is buses, I assume, which you have in your capital outlay, some of that. And my question is the operations of that initiative and the maintenance of that initiative. I know we're not talking about the capital budget right now, but you're aware of the capital line item I'm referring to. So do you have respective operating and maintenance that would be required of that project in your operating budget? Are you in sync with that?
The 100% mobility plan, the one that reflects is the cost of the vehicle. It does not reflect any of the maintenance and operations in our department, because what is happening is that instead of buying diesel buses, we are buying electric buses. So we will continue to maintain them ourselves. We will continue to get grants for preventive maintenance. So in terms of the actual operations of the equipment, so far as transit is concerned, it will be still driver salaries and benefits as in the operating grant. In terms of the maintenance of the electric bus that you buy, it will be still part of our PM program. So there is no overlap. What I know of that plan is this: it shows you the capital equipment. If there is any operating line item, it is not specifically for transit operations, because remember, it has at least 3 components: the ferry, the 10-minute trolley. Those we don't operate, so whether it's operations or capital, it has nothing to do with our budget. There is one line item that talks about the electric bus that I believe you put in money. That money is the grant award for a bus in FY 2022. It's about just about $300,000. So for that, the city needs to add more money to that. So that is grant money. Again, in terms of actual operations, we will continue to do it the way that we'll be doing it, as if they were regular diesel buses.
Okay. I keep hearing about infrastructure for electric buses. Do we have that?
We don't have that yet, but if you recall, I did talk about the blueprint plan that MTA is doing for us.
Yes.
They will determine the cost of the infrastructure. I did get last year when here in the council chambers talking about battery electric, I did reach out to one of the companies that work with the manufacturers of electric buses, amply. They did provide me with 2 quotes for infrastructure for 5 charges. For the first charges, DC charges, they were looking at $400,000 initial cost plus $12,000 in maintenance fee of the software. Why? If you have 20 battery electric buses, you are not going to plug all of them in at the same time. You need the software to manage, to ensure that after this it moves on to this bus. Otherwise, hey, it can catch fire, electrical fire. So here, it is in there. It's more likely that they are looking at our utility bills and also the electrical grid that goes by building. Would they require a new transformer in order to build the infrastructure? So these are all yet to happen. But if you're thinking of getting one electric bus, at least we can get one AC charger. Because the one we're looking at, we can run it all day long on one charge and then go back to the yard in the evening, plug it in. By the next day, to be fully charged. So we can have one working with BGE to basically do that. So that is where we are right now.
All right. I have 2 more questions. You talked about farebox recovery. Well, no, actually ridership. And this sort of ties into the whole free ridership initiative. I'm hearing that you need a % of ridership necessary for the MDOT grants. Is that a fair statement that you can't, if we offered free ridership, how does the MDOT look at that? Do they look at that not productive and therefore it would affect our grant dollars, or is
No, currently our grants are not tied to ridership.
Not tied to ridership.
Not tied to. I did explain in the my comments that in some rural areas where they depend on what's called STAP. STAP is a special state funding for rural transportation.
Okay.
Where sometimes they tie it to your fare revenue.
Okay.
But so far as Annapolis Transit is concerned, the law office has looked at the grant agreement. They will stipulate it. If your ridership is tied to the grant, it is not. So the fact that we increase ridership does not necessarily mean that we are going to get more grant funds. On the other, if we can prove that we want to expand the service, that's different from increased ridership. If you want to expand the service to neighborhoods that currently don't or far away from the closest bus stop, that MTA will consider that as additional operation cost. Even in that case, you can ask for both capital grants and operating grants. So that is different from increased ridership.
And that's your goal number 4. And that's how it all sort of goes full circle, is that you want to increase ridership and expand it smartly as far as using microtransit or what have you, and therefore your fare box recovery ratio, which is a performance measure that you're not happy with right now, will increase.
Yes, if you do increase ridership, because most people will pay the fare.
And that's probably your biggest priority right now, is to increase expansion. It would be expansion.
I would say yes, because expansion will basically give access to almost everybody in the city, no matter where you live, whether there are 1 or 2 people who depend on the public transportation or not. Okay. So increasing access basically will increase or will help you achieve your equity goals so far as transit service provision is concerned.
Exactly, your equity goal, yes. Because I think the misnomer with free transit is that that would do that, but if you introduce fair transit, free transit on a fixed route right now, you're giving it to the same people that are using it, where you want to reach out to disadvantaged communities, and and therefore it's a win-win, because you reach out and then you increase your ridership, and then you perhaps one day have free transit. I don't know. Anyways, that's editorial. Forget that. Anyways, questions? Questions? Alderwoman Finlayson?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Dua, you mentioned early on 2 types of buses. Do we currently have 2 types of buses?
We do have 2 types of buses. We have the 30-foot bus. These are the largest one. And we have the cutaway buses, which is about 26 foot long. So these are the 2 types of buses that we have.
And is the intent to keep 2 types of buses? Or are we phasing one type out, or?
No, remember that some of our routes, the ridership is low, so it doesn't make economic sense to put a 30-foot bus with very few people on that. If you recall, when we used to run the gold route, we always put smaller buses, and actually there was a question from FTA on that particular question, why this? So we had to explain that for some routes which are longer and low ridership, it makes economic sense to put smaller buses. So we do have smaller buses, the cutaways, and we have the larger buses, the 30-foot bus. When we switch to battery electric, we can still have the smaller buses and the larger buses. However, the current battery electric cutaways, from practical point of view, we get only about 70 miles per charge, which in this application, it will not work for a whole day. So using range as your priority in terms of buses, battery electric buses, you would like to have those that you can run all day long on one charge. So if that becomes the number 1 priority in terms of determining which bus we need to buy, then eventually we will have all 30-foot buses until the time that the smaller buses range actually increased.
So are the newer buses that you're ordering the larger battery, I guess, capacity? Do you understand?
Yeah, the range is about 150 miles. So when I work with the fleet manager in terms of using the air conditioning or the heat, we get around 120, and that will suffice for most of our routes. Also remember, I did indicate that it's not one-on-one because of the range currently the way that it is. So the calculation is for one diesel bus, you need 1.3 battery electric bus. So currently we have 15 vehicles, what we call revenue vehicles. So when you translate it into battery electric, we are going to get about 20. So there is always some bus in the garage or on the yard that actually is fully charged that we can actually switch when there is a need for doing that.
What is the average distance one of our buses would drive in the course of a day?
The brown and the green are about 180 miles. The state shuttle is about 72 miles. So I do have them, I did look at them. So if you're thinking of average, we are looking at about 134 miles per day.
So with the larger capacity, we could run any of our given routes all day without needing a charge.
Yeah, all day, depending upon how they drive it. That is why one of the key requirements for transition is to train the drivers so that they'll be able to know how to operate, not to deplete the bus very fastly. So yes, we are very confident. And there is also talking with the manufacturers, there is an option to add additional battery so that it can extend your range. We did go to American Bus to look at one of their battery electric bus. It's huge. It's not what we want. It's 40 foot long. And there are areas where the option is that we can buy one more battery pack that we can insert it in, increase your range. So we will also look into that depending upon the cost.
Where is MTA? The last time you spoke to us about electric buses, we had the legislation with the mobility plan. And I remember, I think, you saying that MTA was not planning until 2026 to have, I guess, to be able to support efforts with electric buses. Is that correct?
I think what I said was that MTA was looking at about 2026 by the time that they think that their blueprint for transition will be ready and funding will be available. But that doesn't mean that if the city is willing to add more money to whatever grant that we get for vehicle replacement, we can move forward with that. It is not tied to what MTA does. I also didn't mention that they are doing this study for us. If the city wants to place the order for electric bus, we can move ahead and do some infrastructure that we can use in the meantime. So these are long-term goals. Currently in the grant application, there is no information on electric vehicle, but as they finish the statewide study, I believe they will have electric vehicles in the grant application. I know that they are writing new specifications for electric vehicles to be part of their contract. So normally we prefer to piggyback on that. The good thing is that when we do that, remember the grants award, we don't get the money, they keep the money. So if they have a contract that we can buy off that, the city doesn't pay any upfront fee or nothing. The MTA will inspect the buses, make sure that it's delivered, and once it is delivered and we accept it, then they will send the city invoice for its local match. So I prefer to piggyback on MTA contract because it takes the burden of the city to pay for the bus first and then submit the receipts or the invoices for reimbursement. And that's what for the past few years we have been doing, because the smaller buses and the larger buses we bought, they are all on existing MTA contracts. So we place the order, they will do everything for us, the bus will be here, and they will submit the final inspection report. They will send us the invoice only for the local match. And do you know that in the PO, there is a line item for what MTA will pay and also for our local share. That has been very, very helpful in our bus procurement. Okay.
Thank you. Down hours, 35,639. I wasn't clear on what that.
Okay, so we have scheduled services. And then for fixed route, we have the bus schedule, where you take it and tells you that, okay, for green bus, it starts at 5:30 from Eastport, one from Eastport, one from the mall. So based upon that, we do calculate your service hours and your operating hours. Okay, saying that, say for the green bus from 5:30 to about 7, because that's where it ends, and then we run the purple bus from 7 to 11 before COVID. Okay, so what you would like to do, that gives you an idea of your service hours delivery, what is called your revenue hours. So once we publish the schedule for people to know that these are the times that the bus will be in operations. If you are taking the brown route, it starts here, it gets to this stop at this time. So we try to stick to that. Basically, we don't reduce service. The only time we reduce service is where, in this particular case, the COVID-19 basically compelled us to, because of reduced ridership, basically end service at 7 p.m. Prior to that, we were ending service around 10:30, 11 p.m. COVID-19 compelled us to suspend the orange route service until recently. So with the exception of these cases, and of course, when we have inclement weather, recently the last one, we did close earlier than planned. So that will be something that we did it because we are compelled to. Otherwise, our intent is that whatever scheduled hours that we have planned to do, that's what we stick to. Because if you reduce it arbitrarily, you are taking service from people. You don't know when they will need that. You already have told them that you're going to have service on the green bars, for instance, from 5:30 a.m. to 7. We want to stick with that. So that's what I mean by your scheduled service hours.
Thank you. The other question, I think I kind of merged two together there. The 35,000 hours of transit service. You mentioned that we should be at
54,000 under normal circumstances, yeah.
So how do we get there? What's lacking that, and is it based on ridership? What is it based on? How
it's based on what we call your span of service. I just explained using the green route. Because prior to COVID, our service ends at about 11 p.m. All routes were in service. Okay, so based upon that, we get about 54,000, is it 54? Yeah, 54,000 hours, something like that. Okay, and that's also one of the numbers we report to the NTD. So before COVID, that is the number. Okay, because of COVID, we did reduce service. I'll give you specific examples of the orange that was suspended. The purple routes were not running from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. on weekdays. So when you take all those into account, because we were not providing service as we have advertised prior to COVID, but because of COVID, we have cut back. That is where we are. Some agencies actually cut back service drastically. Ours is a reduced service, and frankly, we also did report that to FTA, because there is a form, what's called COVID information form, and they specifically ask you, are you operating full service or reduced service? So we will write reduced service, and then we will explain that. If you don't do that and you file your NTD report, the computer will basically flag it that you used to provide, say, 54,000 service hours, and now we have only 35. Why? You need to explain that. So whatever that we do, we also report it, and this system will check, and if it's out of range, it will flag it, and they will call you. You have to write explanation. That's part of the compliance that we also talk about. So we don't take them lightly. Whatever that changes, we have to keep track of it, and we have to report that and give an explanation as to why the changes. So in this particular case, the reduction from 54 to 35 is basically of COVID-related impacts. So when the chairperson sent the email about COVID impact on transit, my question was, are you thinking of ridership, which is negative, or in terms of federal dollars flowing into transit, that is positive? And they did that because they know that ridership has gone down, transit agencies will have less fare revenues, so these are funds to help the transit to continue operating at a certain level until things get back to normal.
Thank you. A few more questions. Transit service delivery. What does that mean?
Oh, transit service delivery basically is providing the service.
Okay, so it's fancy words.
Exactly.
Okay. Do all of our vehicles have surveillance?
Yes, all transit buses, all of them. They have 8 camera system that basically look front, back, side, inside. And that has been very, very helpful since 2013. That was one of the first projects I worked on when I went to the department. The law office is so much happy because most of the time when they receive lawsuit, all that we need to do is show them the video, send it to the plaintiff, and most of the time case dismissed.
Have we had any incidents on our vehicles? Any incidents of a serious nature?
Like assault or no?
Yeah.
No. If you do, we need to report that immediately.
How many of our high school students are using transit, especially this year with the number of routes being eliminated because of lack of drivers?
Okay, based on we group them under K to 12. Of course, kindergarten, they cannot ride about themselves. But because within that range, as of the end of, I believe, February, we have about just over 2,500 students using the bus.
25?
25, 2,500.
2,500?
2,500, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. And I'd like to be able to use that number. That's why I'm asking. You know, I was at a meeting last Tuesday where some very derogatory remarks were made about our transportation system, transit. And I knew that much of the information that was presented was inaccurate and outdated, to say the least. And one was the safety of our system, and the other had to do with the cleanliness and the health of our system, which I, of course, objected to also. But the discussion was leading up to the free fare proposal. And I know that you have a full presentation, I guess, on that. And I think we should hear it as a council at some point in time, because the rumors that are out there in the discussion isn't grounded in research and data and facts. That's, you know. But I think we should all take a ride at some point so we can see for ourselves the health and safety of our buses.
Okay, if I may want to just quick comment on that. In our comment on the bus transportation board white paper, as they call it, we have specific comments and general comments. I think Alderwoman O'Neill has seen them, read them, even the one that was presented to the Black Caucus leadership that I couldn't get in. I even reframe it based upon their recommendation on the basis of discrimination based upon who you work with, the equity issue, and the general question is, what are the city's priorities? Improving transit access or just making it free? And the reason why we don't have many new riders when we make it free is because it's the same exact system, which Alderman Gay has also raised before, that if it's free, basically, if you keep the current system, it benefits only those who live within the corridor. So these are the issues we have expressed this in writing. We shared it with the city manager. We shared it with the board. The response we got from the transportation board was not, I would say, pleasing. I had to make a defense of myself or my comments, but they are all in there. We have written them up. If you are interested, I did actually send you the one I was going to talk about at that particular meeting. And I did share with you specific comments and general comments. So that is enough for council to make a determination as to where they want to go.
And Alderwoman O'Neill was at that meeting, you know, and presented well. I think the community is not clear on the difference between the council's Transportation Committee and the Transportation Board. Transportation Board, by title, sounds like they have a lot of authority and that they are a city committee, and I guess they are, but the Transportation Committee is made up of aldermen. Transportation Board is made up of volunteers who are interested in the topic. And I think we just need to help the community to understand the role of each. And communication, I think, is vital to help people. If we're going to increase ridership, you know, and we've been talking about increasing ridership as our first objective, or one of our objectives, we are going to have to help the community see that the transit system can provide a service for them. And right now, I'm afraid they're only seeing one side of that picture. So that's another request I'm going to make, that you advertise what you do. We used to have someone in transportation who did the PIO work, but we don't have that position anymore, so nobody's doing it. I think the bus shelters is a good tool, and if we get the word out to businesses in all of our wards to encourage people to adopt the bus shelter, so to help, share the message. I noticed on page 25 that there's a decrease in salaries.
Okay.
So, and maybe Ms. Dickinson can help us.
Which specific division?
Or is that on the slide? No, it can't be.
That's what you by division. Oh, okay. Okay. He's talking about the grants budget. Okay.
Yes, slide number 25.
Okay. So what we do with these grant budgets is that we take a look at how we want to spend it. So here is a projection. The reason why it is higher is that, remember the second round of the care funds, which is just over $2 million, we have not touched it yet. Okay. Because it's 100% of your net operating deficit, and based upon the fact that salaries and benefits form a large chunk of it, and also if you go back before these care funds and CRISA and APA came in, there is what is called the local overmatch, basically beyond your required local match and beyond the grants. And the bulk of that local overmatch is always salaries and benefits. They form the bulk of our expenses. So given the expectation that we do have more money left in the grants, one area where the expenses are very high is our salary, and two areas where the expenses are very high are salaries and benefits. So the plan is to use the bulk of the grant that is left or available in FY 2022 to pay that. In that case, the city portion will be minimized. If at the end of the day, because the plan is to use a regular grant first, because that is just for the fiscal year. So if there's leftover, you don't get it back. So if at the end of the day, at the end of the fourth quarter, when you submit a request for reimbursement and there is still more money left in the APA, because there is no federal deadline yet, we can move it to the following year. So the idea is to use as much as we can for salaries and benefits, which are the major cost components, especially in vehicle operations. Remember, we don't use any of the grants for administrative expenses. Why? First of all, the grants are not too much. Secondly, it requires a lot of paperwork because as a deputy director, I'm also the city transportation planner. I deal with parking. So that will require me to track my time when I spend it on transit, when I spend it on transportation planning, when I spend it with him on the phone. And said, that is just more than enough. I can. So all these grants are specifically geared towards paying as much as we can for the cost of running the public transportation service.
Okay, one more question. My last question. Fare evasion. Do we have a problem with, what is fare evasion? Maybe I don't know what it is.
Fare evasion is where people will put in less fare than they have to pay. For instance, if the fare is $2, prior to 2013, somebody will bring a jingle of coins. The fare box at that time was manual. There is no validation. So you count it, instead of $2, you get 95 cents. Okay. Tekia was in the department. We have a big bag of $half bills because they rip it, they roll it, and put it in the hole. The money counters who opened that time, we have people who counted the money before they took them to the bank. They opened the dollar, is half piece. You cannot go to the bank. You will never find a half piece. So that was a major concern when I went there. And I did an analysis of relationship between ridership and revenue. I made several assumptions. None of them was not convincing to me. So I reached out to the guys. So they showed me the foreign currencies, the $half-dollar bills. So we decided to look for grants for electronic fare box that actually validates the fare. So for our current fare box, if you put in $1.99, it will tell the driver there is still 1 penny to pay. So because of the electronic fare board that validates the accuracy of the fares, it has stopped. Of course, we can override it, but that doesn't mean you are evading the fare. Maybe you don't have the $2, it's $1.95. So the driver will call dispatch and you override it, but it will show. So since 2017, when we did have the validating electronic fare boards, that has ceased. So that was a big problem for the transit department, and it's everywhere. So we don't have that problem anymore, but that doesn't mean that we don't keep our eyes on that, because you don't know what will be the next trick.
Thank you. That was my last question.
Thank you. Alderwoman O'Neill?
Thank you very much. I appreciated your time last week when we actually got to sit down one-on-one and answered a bunch of my questions that were further answered today. And some of the questions I had were ones that Alderman Finlayson had. My one question for you today is, one of the performance measures that you said was not achieved was the on-demand microtransit pilot. Is that something that is being pushed into FY23 and we'll be able to?
Yes, FY 2023. I think I did indicate that the reason for postponing is that VIA is doing a similar service. Originally, the VIA service was supposed to cover the downtown area where human parking garage reconstruction will have a major impact. But the last time we look at the service area, it's about 2/3 of the city of Annapolis. It has increased to about 5.5 square miles. City of Annapolis is about 8.1, 8.2 square miles. So it doesn't make sense to duplicate the same service in the same area. So the good thing is that we will postpone it. We will, since we are working with VIA, all the lessons learned will be used in our own pilot project. Not only that, initially we wanted to go with VIA because they have been already vetted by the city under AMRP contract, and the pricing information, we decided to look into that. So we determined that it would be better to write a scope of services and do a competitive bidding process. So the scope of work has been done. So as soon as VIA microtransit project is coming to an end, we will start our own. Of course, VIA is welcome to bid on that RFP. So, and I look forward to that, frankly. I think that is the way things need to go to improve accessibility to transit services to all corners of the city.
Great. Thank you very much. That is all.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think it needs to be said that on the Transportation Board, they're made up of volunteers and residents, and I just want to say that we do appreciate their efforts, and they did do an extensive amount of research and a white paper, and they presented to the Transportation Board. I just didn't want to, let it look like we were just discounting that. I'm going to have to end it here. If there are questions from my colleagues, would you be receptive to emails, et cetera?
Sure, certainly.
Okay. What's that? What is that?
Alderwoman, you.
It's been 4 hours of TV time, and is there a dire need to ask a question that?
Alderwoman, we had, I thought, said that we would give each alderman 5 minutes. So I think we should consider at least giving each an opportunity to ask a question.
Okay.
I mean, they've been sitting here for 4 hours with us.
I know. And okay, I'm just being sensitive to others. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm not being insensitive.
I really, there's a lot of questions, and I want to make some time and come and talk to you about a lot of them. But the big one is I'm looking at the budget binder on page 107. It shows the organization chart. And then I'm looking at slide 3 of your presentation. And there's a difference between the two. And I have to admit, I like your slide better because I like bullet number 2 on the slide, which is transportation planning.
Okay, slide number 3.
And I think that there are an incredible number of planning issues we need to be talking about, not the least of which is I don't see in your budget e-cruisers, e-ferries, things like that. But also, I think that the Transportation Board and some of the legislation coming in front of us that eliminates off-street parking are going to put a greater demand on having a transit system that serves a broader audience. If we want people to not drive to go to restaurants or whatever, we really do need to have and I think Alderwoman Finlayson said that earlier, a transit system that focuses on a broader audience. Right now in your goals, you want to serve underserved communities. Of course we do. But I think in the future, we're going to have to serve the whole community. And that's why this transportation planning appeals to me. So my one question is, was that an intentional difference between the organizational chart as shown in the binder? I hope, because I think we really are going to have a lot more planning.
Well, first of all, when I came to the city almost over 20 years ago, I came as a transportation planner, and supposed to spend 2-3 days in planning and another day in the transportation. It's a function that we've been doing. The org chart does not actually look at the functional areas. So here, because we have different definition for what constitutes a transportation department, I wanted to bring it to your attention that unlike your typical transportation department, you have the transit planning and parking. We don't do traffic signalization, we don't do road. So that has been a function that I do. I still do it. Most of the studies is under transportation planning. When we do a major review of our transit, as I said earlier, sometime in 2024, we will serve as a technical staff to the public advisory committee that we will form. Typically, all the recommendations will come from the public advisory committee. We try to put members of the transportation board, riders, people that represent the ADA, all kinds, and then they will make recommendations and bring it to council. So I look forward to that. My preference is increase accessibility to everybody so that distance should not be a barrier to using the transit system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll be very quick. First with SP Plus, I just want to say I love Vanetta, who is the manager. She's so helpful all the time, anytime I have a question, so I appreciate that. And appreciate you sitting here today with us.
I'll be sure to let her know.
Thank you. Yeah, she's great, yeah. And Dr. K, I appreciate this. I'm excited. Just a couple of quick things. I'm disappointed to hear that the pilot is being postponed. I think you said to fiscal year 24. There's no way that you could, I understand obviously the Hillman garage is being repaired and that creates transit conflicts because there'll be several different transit operations running SP with their 2 garages, the Hillman downtown area, and then obviously our normal transit system. There's no way that could be sped up? I remember I'm asking because we talked about it in 2019 when you all made the initial presentation, which I still have, and I was excited about that. And I think, again, like the microtransit, as you've mentioned previously, would be helpful on our step to eliminate the fare or move forward with the fare free transit. And so I think with all of those things kind of going on at the same time, is that something that could be worked out with the VIA group at the simultaneously, or do you believe that it is best practice to delay it for another fiscal year?
The delay is not with preparing for that because it's a long process. We will have to write the RFP, send it out, bid it. The good thing is that it's 100% city funded, so we don't have to go through the hoops of FTA with all the clauses and stuff like that. And then we will review the proposal, select a vendor. So once that is done, then we can set a date for the implementation. Since the AMRP is about 14 months, so we expect the implementation plan to start toward the end of the VIA survey. That doesn't mean that we don't do the planning, we don't do the RFP, we don't select the vendor. Those things need to be in place before VIA actually ends its on-demand service. So when I say 2024, I'm more referring to the calendar year because for 14 months, if VIA starts in May, that is May of 2023, that ends, August, September. So by that time, we have our RFP out. Hopefully we get a new procurement officer very soon to do that. But we have written the scope of work, which we normally do for the procurement office because we know what we are looking for. And then they will add all the clauses together. So the planning will start much earlier. The actual implementation of that pilot project will be almost to the end when VIA is ending its service. So that makes
me feel very, very good. And I'm happy to know, that'll obviously still be going on. Two other quick questions. Secondly, the fare free transit, everybody's alluded to. And I did watch the transportation, I think it was the committee meeting where the board presented, et cetera. And I understand that there are some, different opinions on how it can be successful. I met with the transportation board and some community stakeholders, and I've suggested that I would be fine with sponsoring and bringing it forward. What is your opinion on how, obviously, we're already not meeting fare? I think you said it was down like 14.5%. The fare.
Now, is the fare bus recovery ratio, which is how much of your expenditure will be paid for with the fare revenue. Okay. And the target is 20%. Now we are around 14. If you look at the first quarter of 2021, it was 18 point something, almost 19%, very close. My opinion on the fare free is that not that we are against the cost of the proposal is underestimated. Mm-hmm. Another cost about collecting the fares, which I do remember, is they claim that it's cost about $89,000 to collect fares. That is not true. I have made it very clear to them. They are saying that if you have free fare, it will increase ridership. Yes, but who? Empirical studies have shown that about 35% of the increased ridership will be new riders. Mm-hmm. So when I turn it or switch it over, it means 70 to 95% of the increased ridership will be from existing riders. Mm-hmm. Is it what the city wants?
So is it possible, and I'm sorry, I'm just jumping in just because of the time, I hate to cut you off, but would you be open to maybe some compromise? For example, if there was a site maybe where residents could register on a webpage or whatever for like a free ride card, in particular our underserved communities, so that we could move forward with some initiative of fare-free transit, and it would help the communities that we really want to, promote that activity for. Is that something kind of like when I know when I was in high school, we could register for a pass and we would, be able to, but a more permanent pass. Is that something that we could look into?
Well, the department doesn't make any legislation. We just comment on the proposals, and what we do is to make sure that all the facts are presented so the council will make a more informed decision. Already we have the K-12 riding buses for free. People on Medicaid also pay half fare. Everybody who takes the bus that is 60 years and older and can show a valid ID that I'm 60, also pay for half fare. So there are various reduced fare programs that we already implement.
Yeah.
I don't make compromises in the sense that I look at the facts and I'll present the facts to council
And then we'll move
you,
on,
and
yeah.
then you move on with that. I don't see any compromises on this. Either you want free fare. I did tell them the first time they broke the conversation is that the key to implementing free fare is where there's lost revenue is coming from.
And yeah, that'll probably, obviously it come from the city. And then my last question, and then point also, SP Plus, I've seen in other areas, like when traveling and stuff, they have very sufficient, like on-demand transportation options. I think I was in Houston, if I'm not mistaken, and they near the Galleria, I believe they had transit options. Is that something that you have all looked into as the garage is coming out? You're still operating the other two, or you're just hoping to integrate with the plan that, what is it, AMRP?
VIA.
With VIA.
Oh, VIA, I'm sorry, yeah.
With VIA. So we're still currently operating, well, let me get back to your original question, or statement really. We do transportation logistics nationwide. If it's something that we wanted to do here, you asked us to do here, we would obviously look at a plan for that. But as far as what we're doing in Annapolis right now and moving forward to the next 14 to 18 months is the circulator is going to be enhanced. They're rewrapped along with city buses. They've got the tracking devices put on them. And it's more of to move the city employees from Park Place downtown. So there's enhanced hours for that. And also, because there won't be a garage here, to move the general public down here. And we want to give that perception that we are open. So we are. And that's part of that enhanced transportation service. The other is we were approached about a potential on-demand service, which we presented a plan, and the city opted to go with, or AMRP opted to go with the VIA. So it is out there. We're happy to partner with transportation and go that route if asked.
Awesome, that's great. And then Jody, quickly, there are two, just to clarify, transportation has a separate pot of American Rescue Plan money than your office does, right? Just for the public. So that 2.8 million from their AARP will not impact what you are able to disperse to other departments.
Correct.
Awesome, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you.
Very quickly.
Of course.
Three quick points. Number one, thank you for being a wonderful Ward 3 resident / business / city agency. Number two, most of my issues come from residential parking, as SP Plus knows. And the 2-day turnaround does work, and I've gotten great reviews. And I know some communities, we get a lot of repeaters, for lack of a better word.
That's
But
probably an
anyway.
understatement, but yes.
And number three, Alderman Gay, I think to your point, we have to realize we do have a personnel challenge in ADOT. Dr. Duwa is doing the job of a director as well as a deputy director. So I'm sure, and he doesn't have to answer this, but I'm sure that impacts on what the ability is to do what they need to do in Department of Transportation. But thank you all so very much.
The good news about that, though, is that VIA can have the learning curve. Then we can just expand on their implementation, hopefully.
Madam Chair, if I could, just one last point too.
Sure.
Also, I promised last year that I would put in the budget $25,000 for marketing, which the Alderwoman just mentioned, I will put the amendment in this year and I won't be late. I promise that. So I owe you that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Is that you mean marketing? I know, I feel responsible for this free transit thing, because I remember last budget, that was my initial request, just sort of to raise, to just awareness of our transit system, to just have like 90 days of free bus service. We could probably still do something like that, but it's sort of morphed into something more strategic. Anyway, so.
Okay, before I promise to give you.
Yeah.
May I ask a question? Mr. Kevin has been here most of this time also.
Yes.
Is there something you'd like to share with us as far as the new budget in light of via ARMP or PM, all the acronyms?
Did you like my graph? I love the graph.
Because I'm particularly interested in your reaction to our agreements.
Well, so we've amended the budget to take out the revenue for Hillman, and also with some of the downtown revenue, as it's going to be carved out for the concession agreement. I think it's something we'll see how it goes as it goes, how this really plays out over the next 18 months, and see what happens there. It's tough. It's really tough to figure out what's going to happen and see. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're going to partner. We're still your partner. We're going to help. The premium as well. Where they need it, and support them. And we met with city manager a few weeks ago. We're still going to stay on board with permitting and things like that through FY23, so that we have a proven system that still has hiccups occasionally, but it works. Mm-hmm. And we're moving to a much more robust program, and it'll be a much more user-friendly. And then as far as enforcement will work, the transition into premium as well, and assist them through that. Okay. To ensure that it's successful.
Yeah, and it will come up during the capital budget, as they have a very robust plan for new equipment in the garages that they will continue to operate and maintain as well. So. And
we're moving moving ahead with Park Place as well, beginning July 1. Mm-hmm. So
you're not managing Park Place now?
Not currently, no, but we will be beginning July 1.
Yeah. The signs are up directing traffic.
So our passes will work at Park Place and as well as Knighton and Gotts? I know they work at those two.
We need to give you new passes to Park Place.
Yeah, you're going to need a new one. The system currently at Park Place is pretty old. It's circa 2007. Mm-hmm.
So who do we see is it time for us to renew now?
What I would suggest is just like what we did for the city employees, we determined who has the Hillman parking garage, and based upon that, we did submit a request to Town Park, which now manages Park Place Garage. So they have new passes that will be given out to them. So similarly for all council members, Takia, if you can give me a list and the last 4 digits of their current passes, I can submit them.
For us?
Is that a request now?
We gave those to HR.
Did they include the? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, then you are covered.
We need you to get ours.
No, the last 4 digits of the remember, I got them from you all.
You took pictures of. We asked you for pictures.
And sent them over to HR.
So now what happens?
We're waiting.
Okay. So do we still use the same? Have they changed the cards?
Not yet.
But they will. We keep the same card, but.
I think we're gonna
new cards are
you are on a list to get a new card, but the new cards have not been distributed yet. Nobody's gotten them.
I'm still a little bewildered about what we do. When the garage comes down, where do we go, Alderman?
Can we close this meeting?
That's under separate cover here. All right.
No, wait a minute. This is transportation we're talking, right?
It's a budget review meeting.
I am well aware.
Yeah, no, we can. There's a lot there that. Yeah. All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You are very welcome.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? Could I entertain a motion to adjourn? Your second?
Can I second it? I'll second that motion, yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Kevin, well, don't make me throw it. This is our gift for torturing you.
Thank you.
Karma's got the other one.
I'm not gonna throw it in the zone.
Yeah,
Did we adjourn?
yeah, we adjourned.